the Finance Committee meeting of the City of Palo Alto, special meeting for Friday, May 5th, 2023. Would the clerk please call roll?
Vice Mayor Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Here.
For the right, all present.
Thank you. So our first item is public comment on any items that are not otherwise on the agenda. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we do have one speaker, Sarah Burgess.
And this would be for an item that's not in the operating budget. Is that right? We're only, yes, today. Okay.
Okay. Our first speaker is Sarah Burgess. You can unmute and speak for up to 3 minutes.
I believe I have some slides. Do you see those?
Yeah, I see. Sarah, if you're speaking to the budget, you'll want to go under the action items.
I had asked which one to go under and didn't get a response. So I can go under, I can go later today. That's fine.
Yeah, that's probably good.
Yeah, and actually we can have it, the action item, the first action item is a broad overview of the budget, and I think that could encompass any budget comments at that time.
Okay, that would be fine.
Okay.
I'll do that. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, then we'll move on to our first action item, which is fiscal year 2024 budget process overview. And Ms. Nozea, taking the lead.
I am. Let me see here. Okay. Excuse me. Good morning. Ooh. Good morning, Finance Committee. Kind of a assistant manager, and right now, and for most part of today, will be serving essentially as your CFO, your budget team. So just a bit of process and order for the committee. We do have staff virtually from our budget team, as well as present. So you see folks in a number of mediums, as well as staff across the organization throughout today. So with that, if we can go to the next slide. So first, we wanted to just orient everybody to any new information that has come out since Monday. So this is going to be a typical process at the start of any of our new meetings that will go over any new information that's been disseminated, just so everyone can follow along. There's obviously a volume of information that was issued with the proposed budgets. Through these processes, there's typically additional pieces, either at the request of the committee, at the behest of staff, including additional just responses and or presentations. So there are a few things to update you on. So first is the Open Budget web application has fully updated. So that's our online platform that is primarily obviously for public, but can also be useful for council members. It's an interactive tool that lets you drill down into our budget. So that's been updated to reflect all the way through our 2024 proposed budget. The second piece is an At Places memorandum. This memo was issued. This memo was issued last night, and it is a typical memo that we issue for the committee that has generalized information that usually is asked for. Things like, what are the current vacancies in the city? What are the capital reappropriations? A reappropriation is when we are moving money from one fiscal year to the next fiscal year. So it has those kinds of summaries. It also has a list of our largest contracts in the last few years, and those kinds of spend. Based on the council's discussion on Monday, we did include some additional information about vacancies, contextualizing that list, looking at our overall vacancy rate and trends within our vacancy and hiring practices. So we can go over that a little bit as part of PowerPoint presentation, but also just want to attune you to that information. And then lastly, obviously, this presentations.
Okay, number one, the memo.
Yes. Yes, we attach it to the first item. Okay, so those are the materials that have been disseminated, just the memo, the presentations, and then obviously the online platform. All right, slide, please. So to go over the meetings, Typically, what we have outlined on here is how the finance committee typically conducts their business as we move through budget. Obviously, this is an iterative process, so trying to make measured movement, but also allow the committee obviously the flexibility to come back and revisit. So ultimately, how we planned on these proceedings occurring is each agenda item. So you can see on the agenda, the first one is obviously overview with non-departmental. The second item is community and library services. On each agenda, we'll do a combined presentation of the departments in that service area. So under item 2, both community and library services will present, and then we will pivot back to the committee and the public for any of your dialogue and questions. We'll have high budgetary information from those departments, and then we use the council, the 5-minute timer, to help guide your conversation so we can stay on track. We have a lot of material to get through, obviously. The other piece is as we move through each item, we typically what the finance committee does is make a tentative approval of X. So it would be tentative approval. So for item 1, it would be tentative approval of the non-departmental section. And then you take a motion and it's a tentative motion. We document all of this to summarize it for you as we keep track moving through the budget documents. And this will also help you in our reporting to council on the May 22nd study session. There are 2 other ways we try and move through the material, since just flat approval is not necessarily what is the only thing that occurs. Oftentimes there are things that you may wish to put in the parking lot. The parking lot is referred to as a parking lot because we park that item there. So oftentimes the committee may pull out a budget proposal or an item of interest that you would like to revisit. And so you may say a tentative approval of the non-departmental section with XYZ proposal in the parking lot. So that might be a motion that the committee makes. Again, we'll take and document all of these and help track us through the material. The last one is if there's a request for additional information. And so that's something else that the committee can ask for, and we'll do our best to follow up on that. So at the bottom, you can see the workflow. We have the hearings today and Tuesday. You have a council update on May 22nd. Following that on 30th, we'll do a budget wrap and then council adoption on June 19th. Okay, any questions?
Great.
My one question, yes, thank
Yeah.
you.
One question on at-play memos is, are we supposed to just be reading them in our free time in this meeting, or how's it that we're supposed to incorporate whatever's in that memo into this conversation if we haven't gotten in advance?
Sure. So oftentimes it's information that the committees ask us to present in advance of the next item. So we will do our best to turn it around, but with how close these are, it is real time. We can go over them in these meetings to help understand. In this instance, this one I have full expectation and has read it, and it's really intended to be a tool as you're looking at the departments and conversing with them. You can reference where they're at with their vacancies, you can reference contracts. This one in particular is really intended just to help that dialogue. The information there about vacancies I'll go through as part of the presentation.
Just a kind of reminder, I guess, is goal by the end of Tuesday's second budget hearing that this committee has a recommendation and it goes then to the council for kind of that update. The budget wrap up is intended to kind of reconcile what we're hearing from the rest of the council.
Correct.
Okay.
And you may have some outstanding items. You know, you may decide when we've done this in the past, sometimes the committee has said, you know, I would like the council to focus on these 3 areas where we have either disagreement or options that we would like to have a dialogue with the board body. And so you may say, you know, staff highlight item X, and we'll make sure that that's highlighted for the council in that dialogue. But ultimately, yes, you have a roughly formed recommendation on what to move forward, allow council to react to that, and then reconcile on the following Tuesday. Great. Next slide. So this is just what that parking lot is going to look like. So we will literally real time keep a tracking list. And so usually what we will do is every morning and right when we get back from lunch and at the end of the day, just pop this up and show you where you're at. So hopefully we will have moved through sections, made tentative approval of things with any items that you've put in a parking lot, any items that you want to recommend to adjust in the proposed budget, and anything else. So just this is to get you familiar with what it will look like. Next slide. And then last, just want to remind the community if they're listening, and also you all, as it will impact your skills, to join the conversation. So we do have these meetings May 5th, May 9th, May 30th. Do have the community meeting that's scheduled for May 16th at 6 p.m. And then ultimately we will have council budget adoption on the 19th. Okay, next slide. All right, with that, we'll move to actual content and material. So next slide, please. All right, I am going to breeze through some of these slides as they are in here as reference, just so we have continuity from our Monday night meeting. So this is the slide that just overviews that it's before you, and we'll go through over the next 2 days, is a $975 million budget. Included in that is the $275 million general fund budget, as well as the capital budget, $324 million in FY 2024. We'll go through it in detail in the next few slides, but this is a budget that's based on using one-time funds to bridge the next 2 years. And ultimately using the uncertainty reserve, the budget stabilization reserve, and we do have forecasted deficit in the out year. We'll go over long range assumptions and then also the measure K and L, how those are being allocated. Next slide. These are the charts you saw on Monday. So again, total sources across all funds, total uses. Next slide. This is our FTE chart that we saw on Monday, and we just wanted to call out the FTEs in FY 2019, just so you can kind of see pre-pandemic. So pre-pandemic, we were at 585 FTE in the general fund, and today we're recommending a 573 FTE in the general fund. Note that 573 does not include any restorations on that tier 2 list. So as you look at reinvestments in that tier 2 list, that number will likely go up. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is your full-time staffing. And these are kind of the breakdowns of what's happening between last year and this year. So far right is your total, and details to the left of that total are the types of funds. So remember, there's restrictions on the different funds, which is why we separate them. So you can see your general fund is your first column, enterprise funds, that's utilities, wastewater, fiber, electric, gas, and other funds, which are going to be your special revenue funds like parking, CDG, any of your housing funds, those kinds of things. So overall, you can see we're moving through in the general fund. The difference between 23 and 24 is 20 full-time positions. In full budget, it's 35 full-time positions. Some of these were approved as part of mid-year. So you can see the modified budget line in there, and then the remainder are part of this FY 24 proposed. Now, we have authorized staffing levels of these, but as we noted frequently, we do have a significant vacancy rate. So across all funds, we do have, and this is what's in the App Places memo. So on page 2 of the App Places memo, there's a table that shows our vacancies with a year-over-year comparison. And so overall, we have 14% vacancy across all funds. We're carrying about 143 vacant positions compared to our 1,023 current authorized. Now, if we were to isolate that to just the general fund, it's about 11.6% in the general fund. So lower level in the general fund, obviously, we've talked about significant vacancy in the utilities department. And so that's what's driving up the citywide number. The other thing to note in the general fund is about 20. So if you look at the table on page 2, it shows the general fund has about 65 vacancies. About 20 of those are in public safety. So public safety positions, typically 24/7 roles, are usually backfilled either by hiring ahead, training positions, and or overtime. So all of those vacancy savings are being used, even though those positions are vacant. So if I were to adjust for that, the general fund vacancy factor is more around, I'd say 8%, if I were to take those 20 off. To confirm what we had talked about on Monday, we do carry about a 3% vacancy factor in the general fund. So obviously that does leave 5% difference. So there are many things that impact vacancies across the organization. As we're adding positions, obviously, you're going to have more vacancies that we continually to add. So there's you're not only trying to maintain, you're trying to improve on. We did 79 positions filled internally. So that's also creating vacancies. So as you're promoting up, you're not bringing new hires. But I think the statistic is about 200 hires over the last year across the organization.
But that doesn't create a net new vacancies.
No, that's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't create any net new. It just doesn't help. Absolutely. So as you're moving through, the memo does highlight some ways that staff are working on expediting and retaining, so recruiting and retaining employees. We can go over that more in the HR team, but just want to provide that for some context. And the other kind of interesting and significant data point is that our turnover has decreased, which is really great. So to date, we've had about 18 operations in the organization through, today kind of thing. And this time last year, we had 58. So we are seeing a change. So hopefully we will continue to go away at this, and that is obviously staff's intent. Next slide, please. Okay, so retiree benefit funding policy. This is important not only, but it is important because we have changed the policy recently, updated it in January. So we want to just read out on where supplemental contributions are in the pension trust and the OPEB trust. So pensions are the retiree pensions, the OPEB is the retiree medical. Both trusts are being contributed to annually in alignment with the policy. So $13 million in 2024, all funds is going to 115 pension trust. 7.7 of that is in the general fund. And on the OPEB trust side, you can see 1.5 million is going across all funds, of which 900,000 is going to from the general.
Kylie, can you refresh us, if you have offhand, what had been the pension trust contributions we created in first contribution? I think it was 2017, and we have 54 million total, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'd have to look at what the history is, but yes, the 2017 is when we started the pension. We have been funding at a 6.2 discount normal cost rate. And this year we fully implemented the 5.3. I think we did 5.2 or 5.3 as our discount rate. So it's been phasing in at a higher level. The other thing to remember is by policy, your budget stabilization reserve, any excess, so any surplus that you have at the end of any fiscal year by council policy was 50-50 to capital and this pension. So that's part of the 54 million.
And can I pause and comment on a dilemma with that policy that we end up encountering in the last really two budgets. So Kylie stated that any surplus that we have basically gets split between the 115 trust and the capital improvement plan. And as we went through the difficult period of cuts in staffing in 2020 and then looking at whether we could or could not restore positions, say, I said 2020 for fiscal year 21 and in FY21, whether we could restore any positions for 22. We had the dilemma of how conservatively to budget, and what if we didn't, if we had a overly conservative budgeting on revenue and expense forecasts, that meant we weren't storing positions at that time. But at the end of the year, because we had underestimated revenue and overestimated expenses in that year considerably, it would have meant that those funds wouldn't be then available for restoration services. They'd get split between the pension fund and the capital fund by virtue of having been very conservative on estimates. So we ended up having mid-year adjustments that in part took that surplus and applied it to restoration. But that current formula works well in a normal time frame, and it may be the right formula this year. But the last couple of years, it really created a dilemma on how do you restore services if you basically are budgeting very conservatively and you don't have the dollars in the budget to restore them. And at the end of the year, those dollars that are there went other purposes. So I just want to lay the dilemma on the table, maybe kind of past that, but it's something we haven't talked enough about, I would say. Okay, thanks.
And to the chair's point, we did not make transfers during some of those years. So for example, the infrastructure reserve, we didn't send surplus funds in 21, 20 or 21 from the general fund to the infrastructure.
Right, but for FY22 and the very large surplus we had under that formula, we would have had all that go into capital and section 115 instead of restoration of service.
We split that. We split it amongst, we did it a third. Council did it. a
Oh, I
third, a
know
third.
that, but I'm
Oh,
saying
understood.
according to the formula that you described, we would not have. We basically had to say we're going outside of that formula in order to restore services.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, next slide, please. All right, I am actually going to turn it over to Paul Harper, who's going to go through the general fund.
Good morning, committee members. Can you hear me okay before I get started? All right.
You know what? I really wonder, I'm hearing all the echo in the lobby, and since we don't have a very big in-person crowd, I wonder if we ought to reorient the meeting, just have this as our normal meeting room. Yeah. I think that we'll have some. Okay, great. Thanks. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So the slide you have for you, you actually saw on Monday night. This is the general fund sources and expenses, showing 275 million in both sources and expenses in the general fund. Unfortunately, it looks like we cut off some of our tables here, so we'll update this slide and put it out again later. But you've seen this in the previous presentation. Next slide, please. So this slide is talking about our balancing strategy over the next 2 years and the use of the various reserves to keep the general fund solvent through 2025. So I'm going to walk through this a little bit because it's a new slide. So at the top of the slide, we have our spending. So the top line is really your deficit and surplus, or your revenues versus expenses in each year. And unfortunately, over the next 3 years, we currently have a deficit projected for each of those years. The next line down is the council priority reserve, or the tier 2 list that we've provided for 2.25. We rounded up to 2.3 million per year, and that's ongoing costs. So it's shown going, ongoing through each year. The line below that is the amount that's needed to keep the BSR at the recommended 20% level in order to mitigate for any economic downturns, because we are kind of pushing our revenues so extreme in terms of our estimate at this point. This is one way we can be a little bit conservative on the expense side to keep some dollars in the bank in case things change from an economic perspective. So the bottom line of that section, the forecasted deficit or surplus over the next few years is almost 5 million in 24, 10 million in 25, and 6 million in 26. The next set of boxes is the use of reserves that we are recommending to use to fund those deficits. So the first one is the uncertainty reserve that's set up. That's the $14 million that was approved as part of the 2023 mid-year. And so we're recommending to use about 3.9 million of that to offset $5 million in 2024, and then another 10.1 million of that to offset the deficit in 2025. The other piece that we're using a small portion of the development services reserve, $1 million, to offset some costs in 2024. And as you see, the deficit at the end of each of the years in 24 and 25 is 0 with this plan. In 2026, we still have the deficit of about $6.1 million. And then the bottom box is showing kind of where the reserves are and how they're tracking through the years. So the uncertainty reserve in 2024 has about $10.1 million left. When we get to 2025, we've actually used up the uncertainty reserve to balance the budget in terms of paying for the deficit, the tier 2 items, and then keeping the BSR at the 20% level. So that reserve has been used up. The development services reserve, since we're planning to use $1 million of it in 2024 at this point, will stay at the $2.1 million level. And the budget stabilization reserve, since we're not recommending to use any of it over the next 3 years, at least at this point, it will be at the current level of 52.9 million, which is the 20% level in 2024. Recommended to increase to the 55.7 million with the use of the uncertainty reserve to get it there in 2025. And that again is the 20% level. And then 2026, since we aren't balancing the year yet, basically the BSR stays at that 20% level, but there's some ability to use some of that money potentially to cover a portion of that $6.1 million deficit. Kylie, anything else, or do we want to put it out for questions, and this is sort of a big piece of how we're balancing or playing to balance?
It's a great slide. I'm sorry. We don't have hard copies of that slide, do we? Do we? I'm going through.
You should.
Um,
Let me.
This was, I think, oh, let's see. Oh, it was this,
14. You're on Mondays are fine.
oh, that's the Monday?
In your binder.
Oh, when I pulled them out. Thank you. That's the Monday one. Is that right? I pulled them out of the binder and screwed myself up. That's all right. Go right ahead. Wolf it out.
Okay, thanks, Paul. I think we can move forward.
Okay, next slide, please.
Oops, let me get that quick, just
Thank you. So this slide is showing the general fund projected revenues over the past few years, and then our estimated revenues for 2023. I think the thing to highlight here is that we are projecting some additional revenue in 2023 beyond what we did in the mid-year. And it's about $9 million, as you can see in that far right column. That's the change column between the 20th estimate and the 20th mid-year. We have recognized about 75% of this revenue as part of our proposed budget. So $6.5 million of this has been put into the proposed budget document that you are reviewing. And so that sort of gives you the gap, the difference between what we're assuming versus what potentially could come in beyond what's in the budget document. And I guess the major tax revenues, not all revenues, but on the other revenues, we're estimating to come in about where we have budgeted so far in 2023. Next, please.
Could I ask
sure.
a question?
1 second.
Sure.
Paul.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Paul, is it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
So when we say that 6.5 of the expected anticipated 9 million additional surplus unbudgeted revenues, 6.5 are baked into the budget. The additional 2.5 is hanging out there. Or is that somehow you're giving us for the tier 2 funds?
It's always funny. These numbers all seem to kind of come in at the same amount, but yes, it's not the amount that we're giving for the tier 2. It is additional amount that we project might come in. We're just not comfortable calling it quite that close on a $200 million budget. So,
and I trust, I know y'all have conservative estimates on revenue. So if you are telling us that you're expecting this close to $9 million excess, that's fairly reliable.
It's our best guess. So normally when we give this to you, we would just tell you the $6.5 million number to keep it simple. But knowing the committee's interest in what are the estimates, these are quite literally from our treasury team's, workbooks and professional estimates, this slide. And I will say from a professional standpoint, I am not comfortable being expected to call this budget within $2 million. So that's why we didn't allocate all of it, because I don't know.
Well, and that's just, when you say the budget, that's just the revenue side.
That is a revenue side, yes. Yes.
And are you going to speak to anticipated expense for FY23?
Sure, we can do that on this slide. So from an expense standpoint, we looked back at our historic savings, and on the vacant side, we don't see any more than 1.7 million, so 2 million. So we see anywhere between 1 to 2 million in vacancy savings. I think, 1 to 2 million in vacancy savings. In terms of other savings, it varies widely. And so our best guess is that we will reach budget levels, but it really depends, I'm being honest, on contract processing. And if we are moving through things from the expected level. So.
And on the vacancies, we projected what vacancy rate in the budget
in which fiscal year?
For FY23 in the general fund.
3%. We did the same 3%.
Okay, and so then
we're only expecting to get typically we get 1 to 2 million vacancy savings. I will say the one thing that staff is nervous about this year is that we have recently implemented new labor contracts, and we're using the vacancy savings to pay for those contracts in this fiscal year. We didn't adjust the contracts. If you notice, when we brought forward those contracts, they weren't budget adjustments with them because we didn't want to over budget, and we knew that we only had 3 or 4 months of contract expenses for those labor contracts, and that departments could absorb them. So that I say I'm not confident in how much we're going to have on vacancy savings, given those implementations that are still ongoing. They're not fully in the systems yet.
Okay.
All right, Paul, back to you.
All right, next slide, please. So this slide is highlighting that we now have Measure K, Measure L, both in budget in terms of estimates. As a reminder, Measure K is the business tax. That one will be coming in a phased approach. And so in 2024, we've assumed about $1.6 million, 750,000 of that for public safety needs, and 750,000 of that for transportation, mainly the grade separation projects that are starting to get budgeted in the capital improvement fund. To note, there is about $750,000 that is still unbudgeted for housing and homeless services. So that is one pot of money that could be used to fund items related to that beyond the tier 2 list. The 2.25 is there. The other measure that was passed was Measure L. This is the natural gas transfer. As a reminder, this is bringing in about $7.7 million. That at the 15.5%, there is potential to increase this the full 18% that was approved as part of the measure, and that would bring in approximately $1 million more into the general fund, and that would come from the gas fund. Next slide, please. This is a high-level review or list of just the proposed investments that are in the budget already. So these are items that departments have brought forward and the budget office is recommending to move forward. Basically, this is making up the expenses that are driving the current 1.6 deficit that we're covering with the uncertainty reserve at this point. So we'll go into these more in detail when we go through the department section themselves. Next slide, please. This slide, we're talking about that council priorities reserve or the tier 2 list. Again, this is the 2.25 million that we are recommending that council can spend over the next 2 years to fund priorities in relation to the prior development that was gone through in the last couple months. The list of items that are being recommended are in attachment C of the transmittal letter. I think the total cost, if I remember, is about 8 million. So, we certainly can't fund everything, but we did want to give council the opportunity to kind of pick and choose the things that they thought were the most pertinent at this point. And, also this gets into the one-time versus ongoing, more ongoing things to spend, the less you have next year to, add on to that list, the more kind of one-time things you spend this year, the more possibility there is to potentially fund more things next year because there'll be a little bit more money left over from this year to move into next year. So something to kind of keep in mind. We'll try to track that as we go through this. So it's not, you guys don't need to be tracking what's one-time versus ongoing, but just wanted to put that out there. Kylie, anything else on this one?
Sure. Actually, just to connect this to the balancing strategy, City Clerk, if you could help me and go back to that slide. I'm so sorry. One more, that one. You may be wondering how we came up with 2.25 million. And realistically, it's just math. We looked at the 40 million that was set aside in the uncertainty reserve. We looked at what was 2024, you can see that top line budget deficit surplus funding that was needed over the next 2 years. And we said, okay, let's use the uncertainty reserve to fund those deficits to make sure we can maintain just what we have today. And beyond that, what's remaining, and then divided it by 2. So that's really how we came up with that number. We are obviously nervous and cognizant of what it does to us in 2026. That is something to keep in mind. There are a number of interesting things going on in 2026. Obviously we don't know what's going to happen over the next 2 years from an economic standpoint. The other thing that happens in 2026 is all of our labor contracts end in 2025. So in 2026, we'll have new contracts, and we do our general assumption of 2%, which is city's standard policy. So that's something that's unknown. And the other unknown piece, obviously, is what's happening in the markets over the next few years and how that impacts our pension costs. The council's well positioned to deal with the market fluctuations on the pension side, given our proactive work, but it's something just to be cognizant of, that those significant fluctuations in the market can also impact those contributions.
I have a question about the uncertainty reserve. I'm curious as to, or just like to better understand. Most of our reserves are not things we spend down in 2 years. So why is this in a special category of something we use up that quickly?
Great question. We look at the budget stabilization reserve as our core reserve. That's really if we hit a pandemic or we hit when we look at lowering those levels. The uncertainty reserve staff set aside, actually, to the chair's point, knowing that we had future deficits and we had surplus funds, we didn't want to unnecessarily reduce services. And so those funds were above our policy reserve levels, and we knew we were facing deficits. So working with council, we proactively set that money aside with the intent to spend it quickly, frankly, to cover those deficits in the near term.
And I'll just add that since we set that aside, we now have this 6.5, perhaps 9 million in surplus for FY23 that wasn't. It's not shocking, but it wasn't part of our projection at the time we created that reserve. And that, we, as Kylie said, we historically have a budget stabilization reserve to deal with uncertainties. And we created this new kind of duplicative reserve. It was different because it was based upon a specific projection of a one-time exceptional surplus, and combined with the projection of deficits that diminished some since we set aside. So it's kind of an unusual reserve, and that created the circumstance we have right now.
And to that last piece, unusualness of it is we only started this as we were dealing with the pandemic. So knowing that our projections were potentially have significant fluctuations, and we weren't sure at what pace we would grow back and what all that would look like, we have been using this a little bit as our, we try not to mess with the budget stabilization reserve while we're in this recovery period. And so we use this to help us manage through that. Stability is key for us as an organization. And, if you look at those FTE charts, it takes a lot of focus, inertia, and it just creates a lot of, I don't want to say distraction, but it just creates a lot of work of the workforce. You're moving through those change management periods. And so really, as we're moving out of this pandemic, one of the things I'm really focused on, like we as a management team are really focused on, is stability. Stability for the workforce, stability for community. It does mean we're moving at a measured pace, and we may not be moving as fast as some people would like, but it is important for our workforce and attraction and retention of them and the community to try and manage a stable pace. So they're not, looking at layoffs 1 year and then adding up to positions and then looking at layoffs again. It's a lot of just kind of churn that happens that we're really working to mitigate the peaks and valleys.
Thank you. Kylie, I think you just touched on kind of one of my questions, so maybe I'm just kind of reiterating your point in my own words to make sure I understand it. Kind of the reason for those really surprising and large surpluses last year, and a little think the year before, was just the extent of the uncertainties of the pandemic and really a rebound we didn't expect at that level. And so is it safe to say now moving forward, we're much more stable, a lot of uncertainties with the recession and everything else, but that our estimates are probably much closer to the mark?
Yes, I think that's absolutely fair.
Okay, thanks. And then 2 questions back on this slide. I'm glad we returned to it. The deficit in 2026, does that include the expected 2% bump on those salaries?
Sure. So as soon as a contract ends, we return to our normal assumptions of just a flat 2% annually. So contracts have different end dates. Some of them in December, some of them end in June. So whenever those end on their annual dates, 26 return to the 2%.
Then, given now we'll have spent all of the reserves by next fiscal year, there, as of now, with nothing changing, and the estimates remain.
Someone's not
Yours, or I can share the version that's, okay.
There we go.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
What was my question? Oh, assuming nothing changes, and since we no longer have any reserves, that's all we're in 2026. Or is there something?
Yeah, I think that's a fair assumption. I also think that to what Paul was talking about, at that point, we would have a BSR 20% that staff would expect. Hopefully, we're past our uncertainty period that we would then drop down to 18.5, which would help us deal with that deficit. And you all obviously have the ability to look at the transfer in your gas fund. Right now, we're at that 15.5, but that is something you could evaluate for 2026. Now we're really doing our best to keep our rates at a measured level. And so that may be something you can look at in 2026. So it is uncomfortable to be looking at that from a financial perspective. I would not want it to get any larger. But at that level, we think we can work with kind of some of the levers to do our best to make sure we continue that smooth landing.
Yeah, and I'll just add first on the gas transfer. I think we as a committee and as a council looked at that reduced transfer rate as essentially a 1 year change from our normal rate. And you know, when we look at, for instance, this 6.1 million deficit 2026, that's under the assumption that we will have no surplus in FY25, and we deliberately budget conservatively on both revenue and expenses. Now we have some unknowns that we'll talk about. That you know, I was when we were doing FY22, I believe very strongly that we were going to have higher revenue than we were projecting by a modest amount. Ended up being even significantly more than I had suggested and didn't prevail on. But I'm now more cautious in terms of the revenue projections that we're using. I don't think we're out of line in those projections. So I don't think there's a big fudge that we're now facing where we might come in, unless things change considerably to the upside, where we might come in with a lot higher revenue than we're projecting for FY25. That's just as I look categorically, and there are a couple of categories that I have downside concerns on the. We can talk about that later.
I have a further question, if I may. On the stabilization reserve, I'm curious about investment of that money. I'm just looking at the numbers. I don't know what kind of assumption you make about the return you get on that, but a 5% return would give us an additional 2.5 million carry into the next year. What do you project for? Why are you smiling at me, Kylie?
We absolutely take interest into consideration. So all of our funds, we do have an investment portfolio across the organization, all funds. It's about over $500 million. And so we do reflect the earnings on those across all funds based on the cash balances in each of them. That is part of the assumption already.
So why is the number not higher than in 2026 than 2025?
Because we use those those investment earnings, we call it interest. We use as a revenue source each of those years. It's part of your general fund revenues.
The budget stabilization reserve, the interest on it is already baked in to the general fund. Okay,
to your revenues.
Thank you.
Okay, I think, should we go back to where we were? I honestly remember which slide we were on, but I think it was like
more. Cool.
Again, these numbers you saw on Monday. This is the capital program, the 5-year plan. On the left is the number of projects and fund type. So the capital improvement fund has the largest number of projects, 97. Enterprise funds next, and then internal service funds is the smallest. On the right, you have the plan again by dollars. As you can see, even though the capital improvement fund has the most projects, they are not the most expensive. Those are in the enterprise funds, mainly wastewater treatment, electric fund. Those are the two big ones, and then fiber with fiber to the premise. Again, just to note, the 5-year plan is going into the billions of dollars this year for the first time, with about with an increase from $800 million 5-year plan that we had last year. Next slide, please. This slide is showing the 2024 capital improvement fund sources. So this is the kind of general fund side of the capital world. The major sources that come into this fund are obviously the transfer from the general fund we talk about, that includes base transfer that increases by CPI every year, and the TOT funding that is dedicated for capital that comes in. That's about $25 million this year, almost 26. And then the other large piece is fund balance, which is essentially funds that have been put into this fund in previous years, haven't been spent, but are planned to be spent on various projects within the fund. Other sources that are in this fund are mainly coming from transfers from other funds like Pafc funds, the Stanford University Medical Fund, or federal grants and state grants that we get for various projects. Next slide, please. This slide just goes into the general fund transfer piece that goes into the capital fund a little bit more detail. This shows the history of that transfer going back to 2020 through 2024 proposed. As you can see, there was a large dip due to the pandemic because we pulled back on the transfer a lot in order to maintain as many of the services as we could in the general fund. The green portion is that base transfer amount. To note, it did spike a little bit in 2023 because of what Councilmember Burt had mentioned earlier, the savings or surplus that we had in 22. We transferred about $4 million additional in 2023 because of the general fund savings into the fund. The TOT money, that's the dedicated money for the 2 TOT increases that were approved in the past few years. And then the interest income is on top of that, and that gets to you were talking about, Councilmember, in terms of the interest that comes into every fund. And so this is showing that we include interest in this fund as well to pay for projects. Next slide, please. This is actually, we're going to get to our first departmental section, which is the non-departmental section. And non-departmental is essentially citywide projects or programs that don't really fall into one specific department. And so we put them into this section to kind of keep them in one place. And usually they get either spent directly from there, or sometimes they get allocated out to departments if it's appropriate to go into the department to be spent more specifically there. Next slide, please. So the major areas within non-departmental are the contingent accounts, which City Council has one for about $125,000. That is, again, another source that could be used to fund some things this year. If you don't want to keep it for items for next year. There's a HISRAP contingency of $50,000, and then the city manager, HR, and there's an innovation special events. Those contingencies all total up to $300,000. In addition, there is the second year, $1 million for operations at the Home Key site. Started funding $1 million per year for 7 years in the 2023 budget. So this is just continuing that into 2024. This also includes the budget. Sorry, was there a question?
Yes, just on Home Key, given that it won't be operational for more than another year, how is that? Is that being rolled over then? That $1 million?
It will probably be as part of the reappropriations. It could also be used to cover some of the capital needs. We've set up a new capital project, which we'll talk about when we talk about the capital improvement fund. But there are probably some additional needs that are unfunded in that project at this point. So it could be used to go towards that as well.
Chair, if I might note, if you look in attachment C on your tier 2 list, so that's page 27 in Roman numerals. Yeah, it takes me a minute to do. Sorry, I'm like the XXV. You can see that staff has outlined on there an additional 1.5 million. And the reason for that is, and there's a description in there that reconciles the project. As part of that, we are assuming that the 2023 money that we set aside for Home Key operations would go towards helping fund the capital gap that's out there right now.
And well, it would be 23 and 24 operations won't be expended.
If they don't open in 24, then we would have this money to play with.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't broken ground, and so I'm
hopeful.
If they do, it's not going to be a full year, but then we would still have 7 years that we had committed operations.
Yeah, so you would have to add, do we spend any of the operations monies in 23, 24 on the front end? Yes, we would have to add money on the back end of that schedule.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, the two reserves that we've been talking about previously are both also budgeted in here, the uncertainty reserve and the council priorities reserve. The uncertainty reserve, just to note, we would move that into 2025 to cover funds for next year. So it will remain unspent this year, but we would reappropriate it in next year, similar to what we're doing with the $14 million in 2023 to cover a portion of the deficit in 24. The council priorities reserve is really just here as sort of a placeholder. We are assuming that will be fully spent in 2024. So it has been kind of baked into the numbers in terms of the expenses.
And Paul, is that count priorities reserve that came out at 10.1? Is that correct? Of the uncertainty reserve?
It came out of the $14 million. So yeah.
That's
so
what diminished it to 10.
Correct. Partially, yes.
Partially, got it. Okay.
And then the last kind of large piece that's in here is transfer to infrastructure, which is to both the capital improvement fund and the relief fund, which is about 25.5 million. This is slightly lower than the number that was shown on a couple slides ago, just because the slide we showed above had interest in it. And so that's the discrepancy between two and why this number looks a little bit lower. Next slide, please. This is just some of the things that
Councilmember Lithcott Ames. Julie has, we're going to be informed.
Yes,
Julie has
Hi,
question.
Paul. Sorry, I didn't get to my hand raising before you.
Sorry.
Sorry about it. And with apologies to all for whom these are obvious questions. My first time through all this. The project, I mean, his rep is on our tier 2, I believe, right? At 50. Are you saying 50 is we're already assumed to have baked a $50,000 increase and we have it in tier 2 an additional 50? Or is that the same 50?
Paul, do you want me to take it or do you know?
I think I know. So I think those are two different things. The contingency that we have is a contingency that we set up every year for potential needs that come forward throughout the year. So if it were to be used to cover that tier 2 item, it would essentially not be available if additional needs came forward as we were going through 2024.
So this money that's non-departmental was set up a handful of years ago as an annual allocation to be used for emerging or urgent needs. We count it as part of his rep funds, but his rep doesn't use it as part of the formula when they do the grants applications. To your point, we'll get there when we go over CSD shortly. There is 50,000 in the FY 24 proposed additional his rep funding that's recommended, which would be $100,000 over the 2-year period. In addition to that, not knowing how much council wants to reinvest in his rep, we also put it on the tier 2 list so that you could, if you wanted to augment beyond that additional 100,000, obviously both the 100,000 in 2 and in the regular proposed is at your discretion, but we just try to be aligned what was in the baseline proposed budget with looking back historically at CPI increases and making sure that we fully fund whatever the general CPI would have been. So we can get there when we get to CSD, but just this is an emergency kind of reserve for them. Paul?
So again, this is just going through the proposals or the recommended actions in non-departmental for 2024. There's recommendation of funding for the Chamber of Commerce to facilitate economic development work. There's also a recommendation to funding for a pilot program to subsidize child and aftercare for city employees. And then lastly, just again to note the use of the budget uncertainty reserve. So this getting to Councilmember Burt's question about how do we get to the 10.1, it's the 14 million that was set aside minus the 2.3 million of the council priorities, and then the 1.6 million for the deficit that we actually have between our revenues and expenses. All things being equal, if just approved the budget today, that would be, our gap that we would have. And with that, I think that's the end of staff's presentation. So turn it back over to Kylie.
Yes. So back to the committee on this. Ultimately, this is kind of our time to get familiar with the strategy, major assumptions in the general fund, non-departmental. And we did this first trying to make sure you have a frame of all the variables play as you ultimately then move through the department sections.
Well, I'm thinking this might be a good time to let members of the public speak if, this is a long day and them trying to figure out when their opportunity to speak is tough. So if we had one speaker, do you have any speakers signed up for action item 1?
We still have one speaker, Sarah Burgess, and Ms. Burgess, you have your presentation ready. So I will unmute and you can speak for up to 3 minutes. Sarah, did you want to make your
There,
presentation?
I'm unmuted.
There we go.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm Sarah Burris. Can we have the first slide? I can. Oh, are they coming? Great. Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm Sarah Burgess. I'm president of Neighbors Abroad. I hope you're all familiar with our organization, facilitate the 9 sister city and simple city relationship of the city of Palo Alto, and we've done so for the last 60 years. Our work benefits the city in many ways, which align with council's priorities, current focus, and goals. We support economic development. We have delegations which come from our sister cities, stay in our hotels, in our restaurants, and build relationships with local communities. We've become a global economy, and we need the worldwide network to remain relevant. We support youth through our student exchanges, which are beginning again this year after a hiatus for COVID, and through education programs, educational opportunities, such as our recent Civil Courage essay contest and supported trip to Enschede with our sister cities. We support diversity, equity, and inclusion by supporting local businesses aligned with our sister cities at cultural events such as Palo Alto's Lunar New Year, at art exhibits highlighting our sister cities and working with Art Center, and the Alvarado Project, which highlights Filipino culture. We support sustainability through global initiatives such as the groundbreaking twin offset program between Palo Alto and Waka, our Yahe rainwater capture project, and sponsorship the recent neutral summit with Linköping, Sweden. Could I have the next slide, please? To support the city properly in this way, we face substantial funding challenges. Most sibling sister city relationships are city-led and funded, and many have a dedicated staff person. We save funds for the city by eliminating the need for that staff person. While we get modest funding from the city to replace the administrative support the city used to provide, we must, by contract, in fact, need to use the majority of that funding for administrative support. We do receive broad support in the community. However, most donations we receive are designated by the donors and therefore must be used for targeted causes such as our children programs in Oaxaca and Pueblo and our Ukrainian Children's Fund. The costs of attending our delegations increased. It's a significant expense for our small nonprofit. Delegations are coming, which were held up by COVID as all sister cities had to engage in more economic development. And increasingly, we're being joined at delegation visits and our events by members of the local consuls for the countries we engage with. And our standards must be high to properly represent the city in circumstances. While as a volunteer organization, we do this at a much lower cost than if the city ran the visits and events. It's still a large expense for us. It's very small. We've recently received some funds from the council's discretionary funds, which we greatly appreciate. However, we would like to request a stipend be put into city's budget so that we may ourselves budget appropriately. For this reason, we'd like to request a modest stipend of up to $20,000 per year to be allocated towards the expenses necessary to entertain our sister city delegations, to be paid on a reimbursement basis. This money would go towards meals, excluding alcohol, entertainment, local transportation, and other expenses necessary to entertain these foreign dignitaries. Next slide, please. Thank you very much for listening to my request. I'm happy to discuss this with anyone at any time via email, telephone, or person.
Hey, Mayor, that's into public comment.
All right, thank you. Okay, so now we return to the discussion that Kylie teed up. Questions and comments kind of on framing these issues? Well, I guess I'll start off as one of the big issues that we as a committee and then as a council are going to be grappling with is this list here, 2 items, of which we have a lot of really important projects that we are looking at doing. And I thought that I have that whole section that breaks down each. I thought there was a single page that summarized them, and I couldn't find it. Am I imagining that, or is it just going through the section starting on Roman numeral 23. Is there a single page summary that listed all tier twos? I haven't back of my head, I had seen it, but
It is, does not,
Okay.
if that is of interest, that's likely something we can pull together. It will probably not look pretty, but if
Okay.
that's something that would be helpful for the committee in your work.
I would appreciate that. I was also trying to do the breakdown of the total requested under each priority. So I did them myself. They were cumulative at the end, approximately 8 million this year, approximately 4 million next year, but have the total for each would be helpful so we can have a sense of the magnitude of requests under each priority
Sure.
compared to each other.
Sure. If the committee's okay, I'm going to strip the descriptions. So it'll just be the types
good.
and the dollars, and we will work on that. You won't have it for your next item. We'll probably have it by this afternoon.
Oh, great. And my next request may make it a little bit more difficult, but and that is, it's not immensely so. And that is to break down according to the ongoing and the one time. And then if they be grouped by the category of either department or.
Yep, we'll have it organized exactly like this.
Okay.
So it'll be the exact same list so you can follow along visually. I'm just going to basically strip out the descriptions
Great.
and add the subtotals.
Excellent. Okay. Yeah, group.
And I don't know if this is more difficult. I'm a huge fan of Excel, but I'm terrible at making them. And I'm thinking it would be so great to have been able to have an interactive Excel sheet if we were kind of playing around with the numbers ourselves. If that's an easy request, great. Not just something maybe in the future, in future budget hearings like next year, I think it'd be a great tool for finance committee members to have.
Ask Councilmember Phelps to work on it. That was his special. Yeah.
It was. We'll have the team help out and pull something together. Not sure the Excel side, but we'll definitely get this.
Okay. So then we've got, everything is based upon certain premises. And so we have the 2.25 million that's set aside. We have a few other knobs to potentially turn. One is what assumptions to make on vacancies and the financial impact of adjusting the projected vacancy levels in the budget closer to what we really think we're going to be at this year. As Kylie noted, well, first, we want to separate the enterprise vacancies. And then even in the general fund, we basically don't have a potential savings for the most part from public safety vacancies for the reasons she stated. So then we're left with the remainder. And so at the council, I thought it was said that we used 3 to 5%, but then today you said more like 3. Is it 3?
Well, I wasn't sure, frankly, at council, what we had assumed in the budget. So just confirming, we do already baked in have a 3% vacancy
Okay.
factor soon.
So it would be very helpful, I think, for us to have what we think is a realistic vacancy level, essentially averaged over the course of this year. Because even if we over the year work down our percent vacancy, it's not the end of year level of vacancy that will inform us on the savings. It's really the average vacancy over the course of the year. So for those non-public safety general fund vacancy levels, what would be the additional dollars that would be potentially available for tier 2 allocations if the council chose to use those assumptions from going from the 3% vacancy to 6 or 7? It might still be modestly conservative, but closer to what we think is likely to be the case.
Sure, that's 1 to 2 million. Excuse me. When I look historically at what our vacancy levels are in the general fund, and then look at how departments are using those vacancy savings for, there's a few items that are listed here, but we'll fill the staffing gaps with. So it's on page 3 of the At Places memo, the second paragraph for general fund vacancy rates and savings. There's about a short paragraph, but those that are visually inclined, it's I recognize that as I share that. We've a few items on here that talk about, if you have a vacancy, we will oftentimes hire contract professional services to backfill for that. Or they fund some internship programs with it. So when we take those things into account, that's what you end up resulting with is 1 to 2 million in the general fund. And the reason why I'm a little bit hesitant on where we'll land this year in that is because of the labor contracts. And that's just something we haven't had recently, because we've been in contracts or we've been laying over kind of side letters on the contracts. These are our first large new contracts, new contract terms that we are implementing.
Okay, so if for a moment we anticipate 1 to 2 million that we might have from vacancies above the 2.25 million for this tier 2, then we're looking at 3.25 to 4.25 as a range on that. And then we have staff understandably doesn't want to make firm assumptions that what we're currently projecting as revenues above what is in the forecast will carry through to the balance for the balance of the year. But that is something that some fraction of that we potentially could make an assumption on or not. But so much of what we do is based upon our best educated projections and assumptions. And so this is not it's not a science, but it's very much informed by data. Those are framings that we can think about as we move forward. Julie?
Yeah, thanks for that. And I was also tabulating some possible additional funds. I just want to check my assumptions here. I believe we were told there is 750,000 in budgeted affordable housing and unhoused homeless services that can be used into tier 2 to the extent tier 2 contains worthy item, and I believe it does. So I think that an additional 750. And then I question about the 125 in the city council contingent account. Is that an amount that is allocated every year, or is that some kind of fund that currently has 125, but if we were to use it for tier 2 this year, it have 0 next year?
I can take that one. So the contingent account is refilled every year, for a better word. So it's 125,000 each year. That's what we usually program in. So if you were to spend it on tier 2, again, kind of going back to the discussion on the HISRA contingency, it would just not be there if any emergencies or other needs came up throughout the year that you wanted to use funding for.
Julie, are you getting at whether the remainder that we have the current fiscal year could still be spent even this year, and then it's automatically replenished?
Yeah. I'm interested in whatever remainder there may be. I'm trying to see if this becomes a bit of money that we can add to our tier 2 allocations for 24.
Yeah, whether we treat them to tier 2 for 24, it would actually, I think from a process standpoint, it would be that council would authorize an expenditure this fiscal year in the next month or so to use those for valuable purposes. I know we haven't used too much of it so far this year. Do you happen to know, Kylie or Paul, what is in that account?
I can look it up. I don't have it up.
Yeah.
So just adding the 750
Maybe
for the
100,000.
okay for the affordable housing, homeless. It looks like we've got our tier 2 with a 1.2 million in vacancies. We're now at 4 million, 5 million, depending on whether it's 1 or 2 million in the vacancies.
Yeah, and then I did want to go back to the gas transfer. In the FY 25 and 26 assumptions, did I understand that that's assume the 15.5% transfer or the full transfer of 18.5?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
On the gas transfer for FY 25 and 26, those assumptions, are they assuming the 15.5% temporary transfer, reduced transfer, or are they assuming the normal 18.5%?
Understood. They are aligned with what the council approved in the 5-year fiscal plans for the gas utility, actually. So it has a general CPI on it, maintains approximately the 15.5.
Oh, and I guess when we were discussing that, I thought we had maybe I didn't pick up on this all enough. It was my notion. I know Councilmember Stone had advocated that we stay with the full transfer. It was my notion that we were making a decision for FY 24 but not necessarily for FY 25 or 26. And I had frankly been anticipating that we return to the normal transfer. But I thought that was like an open, unresolved issue.
The council will on an annual basis be forward this as part of your budget at which you can make policy decisions up to that 18%. So in terms of the action council took, yes, it's specifically setting the rates for 2024. The 5-year financial plans carry those assumptions for 2024 across all of them. So you just match our budget with that. But to your point, if the council chooses to change, that can change the forecast for 25 and 26.
Or, yeah, in my mind, not much a change. It's just, do we make a decision on something that was really unresolved? So if we, after FY 24, if we returned to the normal transfer 18.5, what would that do? I can't remember how many dollars that would, pardon me, each year or total?
I think it's
How many dollars would that add?
To the 18%,
Yeah,
it's about $1 million annually. It's just shy of that. It's like 900 something thousand, but just for planning purposes. But I will say it changes, right? It depends on the gross receipts in the gas utility, and it's 2 years arrears. Think about FY 25 is actually going to reflect current year's gas, which has a massive spike in it. So that's something just to be aware of.
right.
So we're not we don't deal with that anomaly right now, just something for awareness and planning.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Also, just to jump in, thanks to our budget team, there's about $104,000 left in the council contingency in 2023.
Thanks. Greer?
And just on the utility transfer, because I understand staff did create the flexibility if we change that policy decision and want move it up time. So I don't know if that was on the table, could an extra $1 million, or assume we can do anything in between. So I think that's something to keep in mind, that we do have that to play with if we need to.
So just one thing for your awareness. Totally understand where the committee is coming from and wanting to find additional funds. Putting on the additional vacancy savings and revenues means that we think we can call this budget within 0.6% of accuracy. And to me, that is an uncomfortable level. So to the mayor's or chair's point, I understand we have come with surpluses at the end of the year, but what's different this year from other years is I'm not giving any cushion from a staff perspective in what we're presenting to you. So we are truly allocating at a razor thin level. So we have reserves if we were to go negative, but just putting that out there. In my career have gone negative except during the pandemic when we knew we were drawing on things. So just want folks to be aware of that.
If I could add also an additional point that I don't think has been raised yet, that the tier 2 list that you have before you has been essentially developed across departments based upon an assumption of this order of magnitude 2.25 actually being used. And even at that point, we've recognized that it does not reflect fully the support resources that will be necessary, whether it be from human resources, the attorney's office, IT, public works, and the like. So if the committee, ultimately the council, chooses to allocate more than the 2.25, then it will clearly trigger additional expenses for the support services that have not already been articulated.
I guess one follow-up question so you're saying kind of the 2.25 is, I don't know if this is the right way to put it, kind of like a 1-to-1. So I think we go above 2.25, and every dollar that we spend beyond there is not kind of already. So I'm saying is that means it's not.
Doesn't have a support service.
Yes, it is that support service, so it's really more expensive. Not really a 1-to-1 ratio.
Correct. And in fact, I think to be completely factual here, even the 2.25 does not adequately list out the admin support needed.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks.
Because to be honest, the admin support by proposal is very different. If the council wants to invest in moving to all electric vehicles, that's one thing. That's something we're going to do with our existing staff and they're gonna look at instead replacing vehicles with IC engines, it'll be with EVs instead. If we're looking at developing a brand new short-term rental program, that's a very different administrative support need. And so that's contracts, that's staffing, that's legal support likely. So we didn't know across over almost $9 million investments, depending on how the committee and council choose to allocate it. We don't know, frankly, what that admin support will be, depending on which ones would be invested in.
Yeah, thanks. I'm struggling because I see the budget stabilization reserve at what I believe is 5% of the, let's see, $50 million for $1 billion budget. 100 million is 10%.
It's just a general fund.
It's general fund. That's right. So I'm seeing you this, I'm afraid. I've never had such a razor thin, right? And a deep discomfort. And I don't want to have a whole discourse on this that takes up too much time, but I'm not fully understanding why, what degree of comfort, why is this such an extreme move that we appear to be contemplating, King?
For me, there's no wiggle room. So the BSR is not a reserve that from a financial policies, procedures and practices standpoint, something that we would typically ever touch. It's not intended to be there to deal with imbalances on an annual basis. It's based on GFOA's practices that an organization of our size should carry these funds to deal with unforeseen emergencies. A levee breaks, a flood happens,
a pandemic. And I will note, so for FY21, which was the budget was formulated as the pandemic was hitting, was the BSR drawn down and by how much?
I don't know the exact number. I know we stayed within the 15 to 20% range, but yes, did drop below the 18. I think the council was uncomfortable at the time with 15, but I think they were comfortable, a couple percentage.
So I think it only maybe down to 18 or so. So in the most severe disruption that we've had, it was only drawn down that much. And so now we're at 20% in a period that is still viewed as a recovery from that pandemic. This year is we're almost fully recovered in terms of staffing and other purposes. But that's just something for us to be conscious about. I've thought about it. We had this economic uncertainty reserve in the upper of the BSR and uncertainty on whether we could have an economic downturn. And the BSR, in my mind, is not just these one-off emergencies, but unanticipated economic reversals. So then the question is, what's the comfort level on where we should be in that range as well? If we on one hand say, well, we'll keep the 20% in there, but we are comfortable with being a little more aggressive on a couple of the other assumptions, we could go that way. We could frame kind of the same uncertainty to say, oh no, well, we won't be as aggressive on some of the other assumptions, but we'll bring the BSR into its normal median of 18.5%. Or we do neither of those, or we do all of them. Like I said, the budget's based on a series of assumptions. Want to be moderately conservative, but not over conservative.
And I do have a final question on one of the items proposed in the non-departmental, the child care pilot program at $400,000. Can you I'm reading the description and just wonder, what is the scope? How many people do we anticipate we're serving? Is this, I'm not clear. Is it this is a program and how, just give me like one more paragraph besides what's here, please.
I think we plan to cover that more directly when HR is here. At the same time, let me give you a quick snapshot. It is really in the initial stage of formulating, so it really has not been scoped at this point. It was largely a placeholder to identify an area of interest that actually follows along with the PAUSD enrollment movement. Given that how quickly that has come together, it has highlighted this complementary need associated with childcare, both school age and prior to school age. Oh, I'm sorry. One last note, as we're talking about as our budget folks like to describe them, the known unknowns and factors, economic factors. One we haven't spoken to directly is the California Business Roundtable, a voter initiative that could have a significant impact on our finances should it proceed. And I'm going to mess it up. So I'm wondering if Kylie, you could just in a thumbnail describe that issue.
Sure. So at question, as part of that measure are both of our balances that were recently passed, because current language in that what that's qualified is retroactive to January 2022. So both the tax and the gas meter would fall obviously under that parameter. It also calls into question charge for services and impact fees, and how those are approved, what can be included in those calculations. Obviously with strict regulations working to minimize these and the approval ratings or approval of them. So it would impact potentially everything from, community services, development center charges for permits, to impact fees, to new revenues that are critical to maintaining the current facility.
So those clarification, I was generally aware of it and I hadn't appreciated breadth of its impact. Do you have a sense of how severely other cities would be impacted compared to us? Are we just had two measures that went through, and then we have these other fees, but I'm thinking that if the impacts on local services would be fairly universal to all cities, I have modest faith that the voters are going to be caring about local services. That's the thing that they're most attuned to. But nobody knows what will be outcomes. But
I just note, yes, this is an issue of significant concern for cities across the state, and such that the League of Cities is mounting an organized campaign in response. We'll expect to bring this to the full council for a little further discussion when you have your legislative update in a couple of weeks. So we're actually hoping to have Cal Cities join us there to be able to speak to what's ongoing.
Kylie, to your point about, I think you said the budget was, we would be at 0.6% something. What did you say? Was it the razor thin margin?
Right. So that additional, trying to put on that additional 3%, $3 million essentially is essentially 0.6% of calling our budget, because we're looking at our revenue estimates of 250 million and our expense estimates of 250 million and trying to call both of those. Perfectly.
Let me just ask, because there was one amount that we didn't tally when we're tallying the potential additional funds. There's a $2.5 million expected budget surplus this year is not baked into the budget. You said you're looking at close to a $9 million surplus. $6.5 million is already baked into the budget, leaving $2.5 million. And I'm wondering,
I included that. I assumed you guys were talking about the
that-
2 plus the 1 million for vacancies.
we were talking about the 2.5 you've already given us, the 1 to 2 million for vacancies, which gets us to 3.25 to 4.25. The additional 750 that can go for affordable housing or homeless, which gets us to 4 to 5 million. And then I'm seeing there's an additional 2.5 million that we didn't discuss. That's an extended budget surplus.
Got it.
That could get us to 6.5 to 7.5 in a year or two.
Understood. So I was including the 2.5 on the revenue side when I made that calculation.
Okay. Right. So that's actually more than we thought we had.
well, and then that question on the gas transfer is even another million. Yeah. So it's on the other end, with all those factors, it would be as much as 7.5 to 8.5. And then the issues would be what fraction of that we're comfortable with.
Then does staff have any estimate if we're talking about all those administrative unknown costs? I mean, if we were to go on the high end of that, I'm not suggesting we do, but let's say we were to reinvesting $6 million into tier 2, any ballpark of how much additional administrative costs that would be associated with it?
think that's work underway to try to identify it. And again, your discussion will help us get a sense of the bulk that we're trying to serve, and as such, then detail out the needs from the support departments.
But we have kind of a rule of a general ratio of administrative to kind of direct expense. It might be a rule of thumb, not
Right,
precise.
right. We might be able to generalize, but as Kylie pointed out, I think since the issues that are on the tier 2 list are really, I would call them in some ways breaking new ground in areas that we haven't traditionally provided services, that the applicability of a general ratio is maybe something in question. So that staff will need to look more closely at that, and we'll get back to you.
Okay. All right, let's see. I think this pause was to kind of flesh out some high level questions and discussion, and then
Right, and the only area that would need council or committee action in this item 1 would be the tentative approval of the non-departmental with as is or with any amendments as you may at your pleasure.
I move the temporary approval of the non-departmental items.
Second.
I want to make sure I'm clear on what we're moving as a tentative approval. Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure we're in doing so. We have a placeholder, these additional possibilities that we've been discussing. But
So then might I suggest there that you move tentative approval but perhaps the additional funding sources in the parking lot?
yeah, that's what.
And a list of what you would like to include, since there are many, would be helpful.
Sure, I've got that listing.
Yeah.
All right, so I amend my motion to tentative approval of the non-departmental items and putting in the parking lot potential additional funds available for tier 2 to include 1 to 2 million from vacancies, 750,000 from our affordable housing / homeless support, potential 1 million from gas transfer tax going up to 18%. Potential 2.5 million in the expected budget surplus not already baked into the budget. In excess revenues.
Great. Okay.
Fine with amendment.
All right. All in favor of that placeholder motion? Okay, all unanimous. All right.
We're only 12 minutes behind schedule. Nice
Very
work.
good. Very good.
Yes, so we are on to item 2, which is community and library services. I can down. All right, Paul, do we have someone who's going to kick this off from OMB? I think Joseph is.
Yeah, I believe Joe is going to. He might be on his way down. Can kick it off too if he's not ready.
That would be great. Thank you.
Sounds great. So for the first group of departments or service area, we're going to be talking about community and library services group. Can find those on the pages displayed below in the operating budget book. This includes the community services and library departments. Next slide, please. So this slide is just a high-level overview of the general fund portion of the budget, other fund portion, which include development impact funds for community centers, libraries, and parks, and the public art fund. Additional information on this can be found in the special revenue fund section of the operating book. This also shows the breakdown between the two departments of the general fund revenue and expenses, as well as the FTE within each department. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Director O'Kane to start off the Community Service Department.
Good morning, council members. I'm Kristen O'Kane, Community Services, and you can go to the next slide. Thank you. And the next one. Great. So I'm going to just start out by talking about the community impact, our proposals, and our current budget. So we have been experiencing increased demand for our programs, our classes, special events, both at the neighborhood level through our Know Your Neighbors grant program and through our community-wide events like our special events. We are continuing and expanding support for human service needs through the additional proposal of HISRAP funding and a human services needs assessment that would guide funding in the future so that HRC can focus on those needs that would have the greatest impact. So really our proposals are responding to the demand that we're seeing experiencing in the community. One other thing I wanted to point out that's not on the slide is we're also increasing our accessibility to our programs and classes from people of all ages, abilities, and income level. And that's through offering more diverse programs. Also, we're increasing our fee reduction program, which hadn't been changed since we implemented that program in 2005. So major proposed changes in the general funding restoration, an assistant director that oversees arts and sciences division. This is all our visual, performing arts, our theaters, public art program, junior museum, zoo, and science programs. And the position would also oversee the accessibility and therapeutic recreation work that I would like to see our department have a bigger role in the community. Let's see, we also have some additional children's theater staffing and operational support, which is offset by revenue. This will bring the children's theater back to its pre-pandemic levels. And we also have an ad of a coordinator of recreation programs that would really be focused on not only our existing special events and vitalizing those, but also adding more events to the community in coordination with the city manager's office, economic development team to bring more special events to our Cal University Avenue areas and just do more sort of community building events that can really help support resident connectivity and sense of belonging. And then, like I said, we also have a focus on our human service needs through assessment and additional HISRAP funding. Next slide, please. So generally, what we're going to do in fiscal year 24 is to continue to provide classes, camps, programs to meet the need of the community, increase our leadership capacity to ensure a high level of delivery and efficient delivery of services while advancing a significant number of special projects, reinvigorating and expanding our community special events to support economic recovery, community health and safety, and then continuing our collaborations and really expanding our collaborations with our nonprofit partners and community-based organizations who provide a lot of the social service needs in the community. So with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Kampf.
Good morning, council members. As I was thinking about my presentation to you, I was thinking about how do we define what a modern library is doing. I came across a fantastic quote by a New York Times article that I found, which pretty much sums up the role of the public library today. As local safety nets shriveled, the library roof magically expanded from umbrella to tarp to service tent to airplane hangar. The modern library keeps its citizens warm, safe, healthy, entertained, educated, hydrated, and above all, connected. I thought it was a very good summary of what a library can do. And indeed, the Palo Alto Library has been one of the most versatile organizations that this community has invested. The library, as you know, is a free, safe, warm, cool, comfortable space for anybody, even during holidays or even overnight, we've seen this year. All residents, from babies, yes, we have baby story times, to seniors can enjoy relevant and inclusive programming and also participate in a wide variety of cultural celebrations, exposed to technologies like artificial intelligence. What does it mean? Community members also have opportunity to learn about critical topics of interest. In this case, about climate change and climate action. As you know, that the Palo Alto Reads recently focused on exclusively climate change and sustainability, and we had 600 people participating. More importantly, in the library, everybody has an opportunity to learn and experience the value of intellectual freedom, voting rights, citizenship, and those are the hallmarks of our democracy. The Palo Alto Library, I'm very happy to provide this and more. While we're talking about it, let's not forget that the library has a very impressive material collection of 250,000 print materials in no less than 14 languages, 50,000 e-materials, and a very impressive variety of other online resources like the popular Coursera, LinkedIn Learning, Skillshare, all that is free to our community members. Last but not certainly least, the presence of very skilled and innovative library staff who are passionate about serving their community. It's been a privilege to lead a department that values high level of service, and I really want to take this time to thank them. It is no wonder that this library has been rated as one of the top 5-star libraries in the country. And it is only one of the 5 libraries that's been awarded this in California. Thanks to the restoration of funding for gradually adding more open hours and services, the library is not only able to open more hours and get closer to the pre-COVID hours, but also restart any of the services that increases community wellness. We can go to the first slide. Next, please. Thank you. With this proposal, the library proposed to add 2,000 plus own hours, which really means the larger libraries will be opening 7 days, and that's been a big ask from the community. And also open the smaller libraries to 5 days. This is a little bit of a change from what was before pre-COVID, in the sense that the College Trust Library used to be open only 4 days. But we are proposing to increase it to 5 days because there are not that many activities actually available on that part of the city. And I think that this would be a great opportunity for us to bring more activities as well as more programming to that area. Programming remained the same 50% of the pre-pandemic levels, but will be more targeted towards community needs. The areas specifically we're thinking about is mental wellness, climate action, and inclusiveness. We have been very intentional last year in creating opportunity and working with our organizations to present programmings and bring things together for the community. The library also would like to expand on other important services. For example, now that we're opening more additional days, we would like to try to pilot program to expand material delivery service on Saturday. So currently, the delivery service between libraries is Monday through Friday, but the busiest library day is actually a Saturday. So what it does mean is if someone places a hold on a material from a different library, then essentially nothing happens during that weekend. So we'd like to try this pilot to see how we can shorten that wait time. Last but not least, the library would also like to propose to replace the older Chromebooks. As you know, we try to, upgrade them. There's only a certain level that could upgrade them. So this would be a fantastic way to restore the laptop lending programs and help us to provide more technology support to the community members. Thank you again for the opportunity. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. So first, do we have any members of the public who would like to speak on this item?
Is there one speaker, Karen Kwon? We'll pull the timer. One second. All right, Kwan, you can unmute and speak for up to 3 minutes.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Karen Kwan, and I'm the Director of Development with the Palo Alto Arts Center Foundation, the nonprofit friends group of the Palo Alto Arts Center. I want to take this opportunity today to reiterate what the foundation board members have shared in recent weeks at council meetings, how very appreciative we are of the council's support and continued championship of the work that we do at the Arts Center, providing a wide range of opportunities for community to see, make art, activate their creativity, and expand our community. For those of you who have visited our Climate Connection Series exhibition this past year and the current Youth Art and Cultural Kaleidoscope exhibition, you have experienced the power of art firsthand. I just want to highlight today, as you review this year's budget, that the Arts Center is the only community services department facility that is regularly open to the public, that provides registration and point of sale services, that has not had our Program Assistant 1 position restored. Mitchell Park and Lucy Stone have had their critical Program Assistant 1 positions during COVID returned as part of the restoration in FY23. We urged the Council and the Finance Committee consider restoring the remaining cuts to the Arts Center. That would be the Program Assistant 1 and the Installing Crew in FY24. Thank you.
Okay, and that's our only public speaker. Back to you.
Great. Jay, did you?
I just had a technical question in response to a member of the public. So to the director of the Arts Center, the administrative position that has not been stored, is that reflected in our budget request that we're asking for it, or it is being pointed out to us that it is not present in the budget proposal? If so, why?
Thank you. So that is in the tier 2 list, and it's Program Assistant 1.
Thank you.
Tier 2.
Looking for where that is, a dollar amount associated.
Sure.
No, it's gonna be in the front. So I actually, council members may choose to pull out attachment C as you're going through the department sections. So you can reference instead of flipping back and forth. Kristen has the picture.
Sure. So it's in the attachment D, and it's
Enhanced services.
it's XXX1, right? 1. Correct. Arts and Program Visitor Services Staffing.
Sorry, so I've got that page. Program Visitor Services Staff, is that it?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And just following up on the Arts Center, I've heard that demands are high for their classes, and in addition to any staffing issues, that going forward there may be some space issues. Any insights on that? Is there a temporary stopgap approach that we have to be able to provide any additional space? And then I've heard the Arts Center Foundation may be looking at another fundraising campaign like they did a number of years ago to try to address that issue.
Sure. So thanks for the question. It is a good point. Our ceramics classes at the Arts Center are always full. Most classes at the Arts Center are full with waiting lists, including camps. And if we had more space, of course, we could offer classes. I did hear just yesterday that, yes, the Arts Center Foundation is interested in expanding the Arts Center by doing a fundraising campaign to create more space. In the meantime, we don't really have a stopgap measure. It's, a lot of the programs that we provide have specialized equipment, so it's difficult to do pop-ups, but it is something that we're open to ideas. Karen and I just spoke yesterday about how we might be able to move some of the classes that don't have the specialized equipment somewhere else. We could expand like the ceramics into another room. So the conversations are happening. It's so widely popular that more space would be great.
And on the classes, what level of cost recovery do we get from those classes?
Just the classes, I believe we're at 100%. That's my guess. I'll have Karen double check that with me.
And camps?
Camps, same. So camps this year sold out probably in the first couple hours.
And even our discount for lower income participants, is that recovered through the other fees, or how do we do that?
We just allocate funds every year for the fee reduction program, knowing that, or based on previous years, what has been used.
Okay.
Thank you. The one coordinator recreation manager or, well,
It's coordinated.
coordinator recreation. Okay. Strangely titled there. How necessary is that as a full-time position? I mean, it just doesn't seem we have that many community events to have somebody doing that full time, or is the idea there that this person is able to expand the community events we offer so much that it is necessary? If it is, I'm happy to support funding, because I think that's one of the things that our community has been lacking, frankly. So would love to be able to see that expansion.
Yeah, so that is a great question. It's a combination of special events, like I said, revitalizing what we had, expanding, doing more than pop-up events, and also having a bigger or a centralized location for marketing within our department. So it would be special events and marketing. And I'll use another example, public art does a lot of these either big special events like code art or smaller ones. So it would be really a department-wide focus to really expand what we're doing into community.
Okay. So yeah, necessary, full, do you think?
Yes.
Okay, great.
And is that in the tier 2 or is that in the budget per se? Okay.
So
Yeah, it's been probably 10 years ago that we lost a dedicated special events staffing person, and this is like it's a hybrid. I would say from observations, having someone who, whether it's halftime or whatever, is focused on special events is a real value. And that I'm really pleased to see that in the staff proposals, this additional focus on special events. When we look at the totality of the budget, special events tend to have a disproportionate appreciation and perception by the community in terms of, if you ask folks, well, what's great about your community? They tend to not exclusively, but disproportionately value special events. And then we have this other dimension, or a couple of dimensions for them. The other is our economic development focus. And they certainly aid in that regard as well, depending on exactly what type of event they are. But the things that are being talked about for the downtowns, I really think that cities are in a new era of competing for how we make our downtowns places that people really want to embrace as part of the vibrancy of their lives, whether they're workers here or residents. And on that worker side, we have this chicken and egg issue of as businesses are trying to induce their workers to come back to the office, what are things that really cause additional appeal to the office and beyond mandate from the employer? And this is the sort of thing that can really fill some of that. So we have, for instance, a lot of things going on in the evening, but daytime events that not only serve the community but also serve the our workforce that pre-pandemic was very large, and I think that it has that additional benefit, I'll just say. Really glad to see that Children's Theater is restored. When we look at this for 2 years, the council priority on public health and safety with a particular focus on youth mental health. That has just been an incredible resource for so many decades. I don't know how many of you know the story of why Supervisor Samiti resides in Palo Alto. As a teen, he came out to visit his father. His parents were separated. He was living in the Boston area. He didn't really have a great founding and social group, and somehow over a summer got hooked into the children's theater, and it was a lifeline for him. At the end of the summer, he had to head home to Boston and was very disappointed, and he hid away in the garage of one of his friends and family in the children's theater, and was stowed away to Palo Alto and never returned. And that's how impactful that theater can be for certain kids. So anyway, that's a anecdotal story on just one of the main values of that children's theater. I did want to touch also on this definition of libraries today, and you know, when we pass the library bond, we acknowledge that here we're investing in libraries at a time where hard copy books were an indefinite future. We still have a great demand for them. But we recognize that we were going to be witnessing some real significant evolution in libraries, and that they become their own form of community centers with the range of programs and touch points that you referenced. And when you talked about College Terrace, Forever College Terrace has made point of that little postage stamp of a library essentially is their community center, and that whole segment of our town, that's the closest they have to it. So I'm really pleased that not only is it more hours, but thinking of it as how do we have additional activities, programs. I think that'll be really appreciated by that segment of our community. I was also just in terms of the cultural events, whether they're through the libraries or other community services. We have a community that has, like our whole region, become more and more a community of various immigrant communities and cultures from all over the world. Being deliberate in our engagement with all of those different communities is really important, both to have cultural events that acknowledge and really embrace these various cultures brought in, but also deliberate ways that we are intercultural and these things. I don't know that this example actually applied through the No Neighbors initiative, but in Southgate last fall, a group of neighbors there had a big neighborhood event that was the Diwali Oktoberfest. And I thought, well, what epitomizes our community more than a Diwali Oktoberfest? And that's the sort of thing that is really not only appreciating the diversity of our cultures, but working deliberately to be intercultural. When my colleague Yowei Ye was on the council from 2008 through 12 or whatever, he really led the charge on how do we bring the very sizable Chinese immigrant community into the fabric of the community. And the points he made was, you know, there's inherently a great commitment in that community towards schools and less so for the broader civic life. And what we really need to do was be deliberate in how we bridge those gaps. And he spearheaded events that were like ping pong events and other things like that. And so I hope that out of this special events, we're looking at some really creative ways to those outreaches. I know that in the libraries we had some great showings of documentary films through the UNEF organization, and whether they were being on human rights films or other climate films and all those things. I think that organization provides this additional both cultural and educational tool and resource that we can use throughout the community. And I really want us to encourage us, and I'm seeing it happen more, of thinking of them not as a one-off 2-week film festival, they've broadened themselves, but a resource that we can tap into that complements these other special events and programs that we have. I guess we still have upcoming the issue of the financial sustainability of the Junior Museum and Zoo. So that remind me when that's going to be coming back to the council, because that's a significant budgetary impact.
Sure. So we're in the process of getting a consultant on board to do this business plan for us. We pivoted a little bit. We were trying to get Harvard Business School community partners to participate, and they will to some degree, but quite not the level that we're looking for. So it's moved a little bit slower than I had hoped, but we are moving forward with that. And so once that's done, I anticipate we would present that to council.
And one of the things that I've heard from community members is holding back greater attendance is the reservation requirement. And how much of that was instigated by COVID restrictions versus other reasons for that? And is there any nearer term intention to loosen that up in any way before we do full fiscal sustainability study?
Sure. So I think a lot of it to do with COVID, really managing crowds. We started with 2 sessions also per day, and we've added a third. So there's 3 sessions per day. It was also to maintain just really crowd control at getting in. So lines and also the stuffing that would be need to have people just walk up. It's something we're going to explore. I don't know if right now we're in a position to just open the doors and say, come when you want. But
is there any interest or intention in doing a pilot of a 1 day a week that we find out if we have open door day or up to certain capacity, first come, first serve, perhaps? And that might disappoint people if we put capacity on it, but find out where we would be if we start loosening that up.
Yeah, that's a great idea. It might be something we consider to just not go from one to the other, but do a little pilot. That's a great idea, council member. And I also wanted to add, we do have an RFP in process to get different ticketing software. Part of the issue that we've heard is we're using our registration software that we use for classes and camps to buy a ticket. And so you have to create an Enjoy account, and it's just a little more burdensome. So we're getting something that's specific for this type of ticket sales. Hopefully that'll help ease the burden as well.
And then just one other library comment is that a number of years ago, we had a temporary maker space in Mitchell Library, and we've I don't even know status. We had other maker space over Coverly, but that was just isolated. Whereas library, it's ongoing potentially. There's also a teen center there that might be a place that has been any additional consideration of the role of kind of maker spaces in contemporary libraries for kids in particular?
Thank you for the question. Actually brings us to the Mitchell Park second floor. We used to have just desktop computers, and we know that those are completely outdated. So that entire space has been reconfigured. One of the things, the silver linings during COVID, and brought in a lot of activities that people can engage. Like one of the things, there's a vintage lab where people can come and convert their, how many of us have all those videos, and those can be converted. But there's also a lot of hands-on activity. Like, for example, the teen advisory board works with our teen librarians, and they come up with what they're calling as a teen artivism, kind of bringing art and activism together. One of their initiatives, which I thought was very surprising, was actually getting sewing machines. So we had a grant to get sewing machines. And because teens are very interested in, climate action. And so one of the things is like not to reimagine clothes. And so those are some of the things we're doing. We're also, you're familiar with the farm bot, more hands-on activity with technology. There's also other, have those robots that we do things together. We're also trying to bring some other ideas like, where can do a tool lending library, and how can we teach some basic tools, how do you use some basic tools? Some of us not know that. Yes, we're definitely looking into reimagining that service. and hopefully can, next year I should be able to give you more on that.
Great. One last on my list. At Mitchell, we have library and community center, and that design has been such a success. And one aspect that knits the community and builds real empathy in the community is ADA's, which, and I should say, and Magical Bridge. So here we have these incredible, innovative programs that not only serve those members of our community who are directly focused on serving of disabled adults and youth at Magical Bridge, but it actually serve the function of bringing the entire community in day-to-day engagement with people in the community that they otherwise would treat as more isolated, and instead they're part of our community fabric. I've heard from a number of folks in the community who were surprised, disappointed that in the HIS process, the way it was structured, Ada's Cafe, I think, was the only applicant who didn't receive funding. And it's so contrary from kind of what I think is a community sentiment of, oh my gosh, value that entity so much. And it goes back to, I think, maybe what are the criteria? Often that's we can go sideways if we don't define the criteria exactly right. If it's all around how many employees it serves versus how it affects everybody else in the community and builds that engagement and empathy, that's a different set of criteria. And so for me, as we look at, and one of the folks who have been really wanting to increase our HISREP funding on an ongoing basis, that's one institution that I would really want to make sure one way or another we address. And don't know whether how to have our feedback on what are the criteria, or frankly, we could, the council can do carve-outs too. But I'd prefer to have things go through the normal process and provide additional funding for HISREP, even beyond what is the 50,000. I don't know that we had set a number when we as a council had looked at and deliberately said we're interested at increasing the HISREP funding. But I would say that an additional 50,000 is significantly less than what I was anticipating and I'm hoping for. And so I'm forward to hearing my colleagues' comments. Sure.
Yeah, a few more questions, but I'll continue on that point. I mean, I too was disappointed in the $50,000 increase. I don't recall any discussion at our retreat about a number, just interest in extending, but 50,000 is very low. And I wonder, Dr. O'Kane, I don't think, sure you were not here when this happened, but I think sometime in the mid-2000s, around the point when we went into the recession, that seemed to just kind of I was trying to look back at old HRC commission staff reports and different things like that, but it looked like that's where the funding really dropped off. And was staff able to do any type of research? See, I heard it was possibly once tied to a percentage of the general fund or other CPI increases.
Sure, I can take that, at least from knowledge. And Kristen, please let me know if there's anything missing. Staff did do some research. We were unable to find any policy or something that pegged it to a percentage of the general fund. But we did go back and look at his funding all the way back to 1999. And when we did the calculation for the 50,000 annually, 100,000 for the 2-year cycle, we did it based on a calculation starting back then, annually increasing by CPI. His RAP funding reached a peak in 2003. And so we also looked at, 2006. No, hold on. It took a dip in 2000 and then we saw a significant increase in 2003. So you could see a more than CPI increase in 2003. So even when I took that number in 2003 and again ran it through CPI, that's why we did the 50,000 or 100,000 for 2-year cycle.
Did you run it as a percentage of general fund?
I did not run it as a percentage of general fund.
At one time, And I like Greer, I know that the timeframe, or at least was part of the discussion.
Got it. I could probably pull 2003's budget really quickly, but Kristen, do you have anything on that?
Oh, I was gonna say, Minka just messaged me that she does remember that was a conversation, but it never got approved.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful. So yeah, interested in continuing that conversation to see what can be done there. A few other questions. So on the pilot program for library delivery on Saturdays, I guess is the alternative. So question is, does that mean a resident goes to one branch of the library, orders a book that's not that branch, and a staff member then transports the book from the branch where it's located to that branch for the ease, for just the convenience?
That is in a sense what happens is, so there's a system where requests are placed. And, if it is a small, in likelihood, that large libraries have a larger plugin. And so it moves from one library to another. And then sometimes also turns back, not all time. So the delivery is done by actually ESD Monday through Friday. But it's available on Saturday. That's one day that it's the busiest day in all the libraries, with the exception of Mitchell, which, is also busier on Sunday. So the Saturday delivery became something that we really want to try out, so that there's a faster way of moving. Now, when the libraries were closed, I know we were only open 2 days, it didn't really matter because we knew that it was going to be slower. Just moving between the libraries would be slower. But now with the possibility of more hours open, we're hoping that it'll really cut down in the amount of time that it would take somebody to receive a copy.
Okay. The alternative is somebody just has to go themselves to the branch where the material is located.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that is an option.
And how much does this cost to be able to do this program?
Our budget is, I think, $6,000 for trying this out. There are many different ways that we would do this, and so we're still exploring some of the options.
Okay, 6,000
Mhm.
for the school year.
For the year.
Oh, okay. Great. I don't have many concerns on that. And then just to the art center. So the description under adding Palo Alto Arts Center exhibit installation crew, the tier 2 funding. The report says it's not sustainable in the long term. Assume that they've been kind of doing the volunteer path since the pandemic, right? And I agree. Ideally, we continue that. It'd be nice to have paid staff, but I mean, why isn't that sustainable when it seems like it has been working for the last couple of years? Obviously, details we don't know.
Sure. So there's a couple things. One is volunteers handling art that has high value, and that the city ensures. And I have a message here from Karen, I would admit.
Two Karens, right?
Two Karens, Karen Kiesel. And the foundation is covering the costs of that now, but they do provide a lot of funding to the Art Center. This is one that they're sort of filling in the gap, but have not committed doing this long term. It also helps, so just a side note, helps the Art Center, but it also helps public art program for all their temporary installations and permanent installations as well.
And so I'm sure that something you want to concede, but given it is tier 2, I mean, that's not funded. Are we just then not having these art exhibits change, or does it just kind of continuing the way we have?
I think we'll continue the way we have, use existing staff where we can. Prefer to have exhibit installers installing art.
No, I just the tier 2. I think
I agree.
everything feels so important. Just really trying to understand what is the most critical. Great, thank you.
And if I could add to, and Art Center does have the 2 different proposals here. The visitor services staff would get their open hours back to pre-pandemic levels, so that would include the Thursday evening and Sunday hours. If there's acceptable way of doing part of both of these proposals. So if the finance committee or council is struggling on which one might seem a priority, some of each would be a benefit as well. Just to share that.
Thank you. I want to thank both of you for your presentation, all your work on behalf of our community. To my colleagues' questions on his app, let me just offer that as a city council liaison, I attended the HRC conversation on his app and want us to be clear that they articulated in advance, hoped for 3 tiers of additional funding should council be so inclined to give them more budget. And those tiers were 50,000, 100,000, and 200,000. So they've already decided in advance what they would do with those money should we allocate them. Now, 50,000 is already in the proposed budget from this team. And we are looking at an additional 50,000 in tier 2, which would bring us up to 100,000, which is HRC's middle tier request. We would have to allocate 150,000 for tier 2 to get them their full $200,000 request this year. Okay. I also want to note that in addition to ADIS, there were 2 other orgs that did not get funded. One was adolescent counseling services. It was to be a great program, but not serving anyone in the school system. And Blossom Birth, prenatal care, the needs they asked for did not match the services provided. And they acknowledged that ADIS was a really hard one, just not clear that the fund was going to reach as many people as the other organizations seemed to be able to reach. Library Director Panth, congrats on your 5-star rating, incredible. And I appreciate when we're in our get to know you session for me as a new council member, you shared why libraries are so important to you in your life journey. And I appreciate that story. They are truly a remarkable aspect of our city. And as an author, I'm honored to have my books in our libraries. And one of them is in regular circulation with a wait list, which makes me so proud as an author. It's a really good feeling. I also want to acknowledge the definition of the library that you read, just so beautiful. I think the pandemic has highlighted that your team is truly on the front lines and dealing with, in addition to the beauty and the enrichment and the opportunities provided, your staff often find themselves on the front lines of difficult experiences in our human community. I want to acknowledge that. I love that we're bringing large libraries back 7, that proposal, and small to 5 days a week was great. With an eye toward equity and where such resources are available in the city, who benefits from them and who does not, where can I find data about the annual cost of running each library and the number of people served annually at each? Is this something we have access to easily now, or something I could get in the next couple of days?
Thank you for the question. That's a little bit of a tricky question in the sense that because one of the things that makes it harder to quantify is because a staff member works 5 days a week. So when you do a 5-day opening, and that's easy, right? Like then, everybody's in their own spaces. But then the minute you go to a 6th day opening and a 7th day opening, the formula kind of changes. So the same staff member will be in multiple places. So that's one of the difficulties in saying this. In addition to this, there is a significant amount of people that work behind the scenes, like entire collection services, and also the technology services. So those staff members work at 4 various locations, not necessarily at various locations. Although one of the things that we have been working on, and again, silver linings from COVID, is to cross-train people so that anybody can fit anywhere. So that is one of the things we'll be working on. But on an average, a smaller library to open additional day, it's about $150,000.
Okay.
And the larger ones, definitely more than that.
And to be clear, I'm not asking about the additional days per se. I'm really asking about an annual operating budget. Roughly, what does it take for us to have a College Terrace library? I appreciate the comments that it really is funding as a community center, which is amazing. What does it take to have a children's library? I'm trying to understand, where we're allocating resources in the city. I value these resources. As part of a larger analysis, I'm interested in, what are we paying for the existence of a College Terrace library versus a Mitchell Park versus the others? And perhaps that's too big a question for now. I would love to have some access to those numbers at some point in the future, if I could make that request. Okay. Director Kane, Could you speak to why the admin position at the Arts Center didn't make it in the main budget proposal and is instead in our tier two for us to rest with? Why did you feel this front desk position is less important? In the grand scheme, I know they matter. It's like which child do you more or less? I know it's not that, but you have difficult decisions to make. I appreciate that. And yet you made that decision. It's been said that front desk positions elsewhere have been restored. This one has not. So help us understand your thinking in that regard, please.
Sure, thank you. So when we looked at different proposals, we looked at what was but what helped generate revenue. And also what was direct service to, for example, the youth at Children's Theater. So those are not only revenue generating program at the Children's Theater, but they also are impacting individuals. We can count, the number of people really that were positively impacting. The program assistant at the Art Center is a very important position providing customer service. They've been able to some degree, able to keep up, but are struggling because, there's just a lot of activity. We'd like to have the open hours or the additional hours, but it doesn't necessarily equate to a lot of revenue generating.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
To that line of thought then about revenue generation, I'd like to ask some questions about the GMZ.
Sure.
I hear from so many people a concern that there's not a ticket associated with attendance, and I appreciate how much we appreciate the concept of free libraries, and yet our junior museum and zoo, for libraries for little ones in some ways, comes with a ticket price. Could you remind what the JMZ ticket structure is? What does it cost to attend? What is our annual revenue expected from that? I'm also interested in the operations side of the expense associated with going to a ticketed model. You've talked about the RFP for a different type of software.
Mm-hmm.
Was that, is the staff associated with having a ticket? One contemplates that if the doors were open and it didn't require our costs associated with having revenue, right, from the tickets. So I'd just like to understand those metrics a little bit better than I currently do.
Sure. So the current ticket price is $10 person. There are different membership tiers, which I don't have it in front of me, but can get for you. There are several ways for people to get discounts or free passes. I think so far this year, we've given roughly, I want to say almost $200,000 in discounts to people who attend the Junior Museum and Zoo. I'm going to look at my cheat sheet for the other numbers. When we looked at our budget, we're assuming an attendance of about 185,000 people coming into the Junior Museum and Zoo. As of right now, we're looking at about 150,000 as of roughly today.
In revenue or people?
In people. So revenue so far for general admission has been 600,000. And then our membership has been almost 300 or a little over 300,000.
6,000 revenue and memberships 300,000.
So yeah, I'm sorry. So
It's 600.
ticket, it's 600,000. The number of members we've sold is 300,000 in revenue.
Okay. All right. And the cost of the software and the staff to take tickets?
So the cost of the software, I believe it's 50,000 was budgeted. We think it might be a little bit more than that, but that's what we have right now. And so the cost to take the tickets is someone at the door is scanning them. Not a huge lift, but it does take somebody there all the time.
And that's their full-time role when they're there?
Yes.
Okay.
Or in general, answering questions, things like
Okay.
that.
The front door person who answers questions into tickets?
Yes.
Okay.
And we have multiple people who rotate through that, mostly hourly positions
Okay.
are in that role.
So I'd love an approximation of what they're paying them annually
Okay,
for the people to do that role.
sure.
Yeah. Okay.
I can get that for you.
Worth noting though, that people would be there even if we didn't have
Would be
tickets.
there. So it hasn't augmented their role to have to also take tickets.
It's actually,
Giving more to do.
it's giving them more to do.
Okay. And the dealing with the discounts and the different tiers of membership, is there a human who's responsible for dealing with that and processing these requests for subsidies and so on?
Yes. There is, and I'm not exactly sure how many people are in that role.
Outside this process, I realize these are questions that are, not helpful to throw on you on the fly.
That's
I am
okay.
interested in that information at some point in the near future, if I
Okay.
could get it. Okay. And finally, to Teen Center.
Mhm.
I'm the alternate liaison for the Alto Youth Council. The Vice Mayor is the main liaison. And when I'm over there, I'm struck by how amazing the Teen Center is. And I've also heard in the not distant past that we've had trouble recruiting high school students to serve the role of kind of mentor to younger students there because the hours somehow,
Yep.
the hours of operation aren't matching the hours in which our high school students are available. Are we still having vacancies in those teen mentor positions?
We are. So the Teen Center was open right when school started for a few months, and it was able to be staffed by our summer camp staff who had a leg before they went to school.
Yeah.
As soon as they went to school, the Teen Center has pretty much not been open since then,
Right.
simply because of an inability to get it staffed.
So we got to find a different model for that because
Agreed.
expecting high school students to be truant from high school to support
Yes.
middle schoolers after
Yeah.
school doesn't serve our educational mission as a city.
Agreed.
So it sounds like high school students are really not the suitable staffing model. So I wonder if that's contemplated in the proposed budget. We have to pay older humans more, I imagine, than we'd pay high schoolers. Is that in the narrative somewhere?
So we are constantly trying to recruit for those positions. We've had people apply and interview. We just haven't found the
Suitable
right
people.
suitable people fill that role.
Please.
Have we, it strikes me as a function that really might appeal to volunteer adults in the community. And I know that, volunteers require volunteer coordination.
Mhm.
So it's not all net benefit. Have we considered that as a role that we might want to see if we would have volunteers who would be interested in that?
We could check into that. We do have quite a few parent volunteers who coach our middle school athletic program. They do have a direct benefit because then their child gets to the top of the waiting list. But so this is a little different, but we could certainly explore that. It has been a challenge, and it's an unfortunate challenge because kids are missing out on the opportunity.
Yeah, and I think about in the early years of Project Safety Net, as we had, we really had these three different tiers. One being the upstream of just broad youth mental health, and there were people who focused on that.
Mhm.
And that group of people might really be that, and maybe an expansion of that might be a candidate pool.
Great. Thank you.
I'm also struck by, when we had our interviews for the various board commissions, we had some recent, at least one and probably more recent-ish graduates of the PAUSD who are interested in serving the city, who may not have landed a spot, a board or commission, thinking of Miles Goodman who applied, that Miles and people like Miles in a broad sense, recent graduates of our amazing schools, living local, might be, really suitable candidates. So try to figure out how we can get the word out to our, youngish adults, to whom teens and can relate, and who might be looking for ways to serve the city or get a stipend for serving the city. I'd be happy to help with outreach, and I've not currently held outreach for that. So if you send me what you're doing by way of recruitment, I would be delighted to try to amplify.
That would be great. Thank you. And I agree with your point that kids coming to the teen center might not necessarily want an older adult to be overseeing them.
Well, a different relationship.
Right,
Older adults
exactly.
have an important role to play in the life of kids,
Mhm.
and younger adults play a different role. So I think both
Right.
are valid.
Yes.
They may not want their parents or the friends of their parents, but might be fine with grandparents.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's true.
and so that pool of volunteers, as I think back on a lot of the Project Safety Net volunteers, some fall within that category, not all.
Right.
I agree. And then we're really, there's got to be a better metaphor than killing two birds with one stone, but it serves both populations. It serves folks who are seniors to work with youth, and it serves youth to be mentored seniors. So we really might achieve some beautiful synergies with that. Yeah, cool. Okay, that's the end of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
One follow-up question. I know tier 2, we got the $200,000 in support and funding for you mental health, but it's just a placeholder, nothing specific. what could that do for expanding the teen center hours?
I think it could. So right now the issue is not necessarily that we don't have the budget to hire people, that we can't get the people. Maybe if I'm not sure, if we offered more hourly rate, I mean, that might help. But I think, I don't know if the 200,000 in the tier 2 youth mental health necessarily be for staff, be more for programs or support services or things like that. I could see how the two are tied, but maybe not for the staff.
Okay.
That was just
I
my
appreciate that
opinion.
point,
Yeah.
Greer. I think we've got to look for synergies, and we have this beautiful teen center. When you walk in there, you're just delighted by the resources the city is trying to deploy to support teens, and to know that it's largely unused right now in a post-pandemic world. We have to figure out how to solve that problem. And if paying people more so the position of supervisor is more attractive, or we find a volunteer cadre of seniors who can do it, whatever we can do to get the lights on in that place. It's right there by Ada. It's just, it would be a wonderful location. Bringing youth together will, giving them opportunities just themselves does help improve their sense of wellness, their belonging to the community. So it feels like that is a resource that we've got to figure out how to bring back into operation.
All right, thank you.
Well, and I'll just add to that, the kind of the arts part of the attraction of the teen center and performing arts. We have that essentially stage in the courtyard, and whether we should really be thinking about whether it's through the special events or otherwise, that we start having even more of these youth performance opportunities there, which I think is, it's intergenerational in terms of its attraction, but certainly brings in a whole group of youth who get fulfillment from the performance, and those who get enjoy being audience members for their peers.
Agreed. And we talk about youth mental health, and I think a lot of times we think of maybe counseling or some of these other things, but for someone in personal experience, this was my daughter. Theater was how she got through high school. I mean, to be honest, and if she's not watching, because I think the last thing she would be doing today is watching this meeting, but it's, so that is mental health. Art might be one, sport might be another. So we look at what we do in community services, providing that as a whole. But we want to make sure we're filling the gaps too on those kids that aren't finding that support in those programs and facilities.
And in going through the part financials, we have FY23 projected. Was that the original projection or an updated number based on mid-year numbers?
I'm going to have to
Since I'm
defer
looking at
to
the golf course
Director
revenues
Nose,
and
yeah.
things like that. Is that?
What's in the budget documents themselves?
Yeah.
The documents themselves don't have estimates. They reflect what the FY23 adopted budget was. So it's looking at the true fiscal year over year. It doesn't have the modified.
And for example, on the golf, do we have updates on how we're tracking? Because those numbers are stay fairly current, right? We probably have it through
We do.
FY Q3.
Now, to point Chair and Kristen, I think on page 220 of the operating budget, it does have a I call it zoom in, for lack of a better term, of the CSD golf course financials specifically.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
And that does have projected.
That's projected, meaning what? The original projection or updated based on the trend the year so far?
The trend for the years thus far, I can't tell you exactly what it's as of, since these books start getting produced around January, but.
So they're updated based upon latest.
Yes,
numbers.
those are, I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about the budget summaries of the
No.
department, but the certain insets that do have those projections.
Okay.
I believe they're through, but for the golf course anyways, it's through January.
Okay.
So we're tracking at 4.7 million revenue, which is about 10% behind last year. But of course, we had a lot of rain this year. So.
Yeah. And as I'm looking at forward projections, it's hard to know how much of the hit on the golf course was exceptional rain this year.
Right.
Might be interesting just to check in on right now out of supposedly a rain season, but are things really picking up?
Right.
Interesting to know. That would give us some indication for going forward for FY24, whether we're in a downward slide on golfing or we just had an unusual impact from the wet year.
Right, agree. And I think it might take us a few years to figure out where we're leveling off with health.
Yeah. And then this is a question I have for every one of these segments of the budget, which but I'm just interested in knowing where we are compared to, I guess it's the would have been a staffing levels FY20 as a baseline, the pre-pandemic staffing level. Other than things we've talked about, are there any changes up or down in staffing from the baseline period in either of your departments?
So I looked at fiscal year 19, and after these restorations were almost identical to fiscal year 19. It doesn't mean they're the same positions, but they're positions that we need now to better serve the community. So definitely went down, and now we're cutting back, which is great.
Yeah.
And for the library, we even with the proposal, we are still about 3 positions down.
Okay, thanks.
But the tier 2 reflects that the tier 2 proposal, if adopted, will make up for the 3 positions.
I see. Okay. So are we ready to have a tentative motion, whatever we're calling these?
It's your turn.
Okay, where's our little cheat sheet on the language for the motions? So I'll move we tentatively approve community and library services proposal.
And what do you want to say about parking?
Yeah, and at least I'll start with parking lot. Increased funding for his wrap and discussion on, I think this will be kind of pending, maybe research we'll get back from Kylie as far as discussion on future funding of his wrap as far as tying it to percentage of the general fund or increased CPI.
So Kristen and I, thanks to the lovely staff that have been watching, they've let us know that a long time ago, there was discussion of tying his rep to the general fund at a 1% level, but that was never implemented. So it was only a discussion, it wasn't a policy. So that is what we know from that standpoint. The other thing I wanted to clarify is all these numbers that we're providing you reflect us normalizing an evolution of his rep. So his rep used to also include, and it still does, but when we're providing these calculations, we don't include them, basically entitlements. So the annual contributions to Avenidas, Kristen probably knows some of the other.
Palo Alto Community Childcare.
Thank you.
And Project Sentinel. And then the YCS add 3-year YCS add $50,000 per year.
Right. So what staff has done when we've been providing all of these numbers is we've normalized so that we're comparing what's actually allocated as part of that 2-year grant process annually versus the totality, including all of the entitlements. So I think, if you were to look at 1%, the question would be, do you include all of those entitlements? Because historically, way back then, those were included as part of that program. So the program has evolved over the decades as I'm looking at the numbers. And so just for context.
Great, thanks. And that will all be helpful getting that additional content when we come back to that.
Did you want to put a place where his dollar amount in the parking lot other than the 50,000 that was in year 1?
Yes, and open to committee discussion on what that number is. Why don't I just, for sake of discussion, say 100,000?
I actually was interested in 200,000.
Sounds good.
And it's not decided, it's just parking, but
200,000.
So the 200 is the upper range of what they have hoped for, and 50 of that is already in the budget proposal. So we only need to augment by 150 to get us.
Let's ask the question is 1 or 2 year funding. So his wrap, there's an annual allocation, but it is a 2 grant cycle. So it's interesting. It depends on how the HISRAP committee was
thinking about it.
It was annually. So I'll just provide a snapshot. So this year, the full amount of requests was about 1.16 million. They were able to award just over half of that with what they're assuming the allocation is going to be. And they did the 100,000 per year and 200,000 per year exercise, expecting this exact conversation to happen. So if they were to do the 200,000 per year, that would award, just over $800,000.
And just to clarify, the 50,000 that you referred to as already being in, but that's 50,000 that's been in as this contingency, or you're talking about the tier 2? No, it's in the budget. You're right. The budget itself has an additional 50. I'm sorry, misunderstood. Okay, so it'd be an additional 150 beyond budgeted, right? Second.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
200, yeah.
So additional funding of 150,000?
Yeah.
Great.
I second that.
Thank you.
And then any other parking lot items?
No, I'm open to it, but that I'll include in the initial motion.
With the tier 2 proposals, and I'm sorry, I'm not being able to track which is in which, but on the, for instance, the Arts Center, we had 2 different, the visitor services staffing and the installation crew. Did we want to include either or both of those in the parking lot? XXXI.
Let me ask a procedural question as Gary looks at this. Do we need to affirmatively mention items from tier 2 in the parking lot, or will we at some point just get to the entire tier 2 as a conversation?
I was going to say, I highly recommend you do it incrementally as you move through and then revisit what you did incrementally. And I know that may feel unsettling because you're not sure what's going to come. That's why all of this is a discussion. And this, I consider meetings today and Tuesday as workshops with this committee. So you can move through this material and tentatively place things. Otherwise, to all of your points, it's a long list. And so I think as you move through, it will be difficult. But ultimately, it's obviously at pleasure of the committee how you wish to orchestrate this.
And hopefully not speaking out of turn, but I also there's other items on tier 2 related to CSD and libraries. Well, I think library. So if you have any questions, I just wanted to.
Yeah,
we're here for that.
As we're struggling with the motion, I realized that it kind of takes back to that. I don't think we really probed on the volunteer coordinator for the Junior Museum Zoo, and the net value from that. So we have an outlay, but then we get X number of volunteers that would be in lieu of paid staffing. So it's the net benefit approximately, we think, of that position.
That's a great question. I'm not sure I have an answer for you. We have an hourly volunteer coordinator now. That position would go away and it would be elevated to a full-time position. And I think it would just really elevate our volunteer program, not even just our visitor services, but be able to do more interactive things with the community. And it also helps with just animal care. They can be trained in animal care as well.
So in the tier 2, it says adding a 1.0 position, but is that all net increase?
Yes.
Even though it's replacing an hourly?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
So it's the difference between a full-time FTE and a part-time FTE.
And
So
that's $1.
correct.
Okay.
It turns into one full FTE, which is why you see that one there. You will see part-time FTEs change, and since we account for those differently.
So I guess what I might suggest on for the motion is that on the Arts Center that we put down to have one of those two positions to be determined, which would be most important. And then as well as a volunteer coordinator, junior museum and zoo.
I'm fine with that. Yeah, I was leaning towards the arts program visitor services staffing. I agreed that it should be one of those two, and we can have that. Yeah, fine parking lot in that. Is that okay with you?
I'm just struggling with how many items in the tier 2 relate to this particular presentation, and I mean, I guess I'll count on you, Director. Okay, is there anything that we have failed to put in the parking lot from your arena?
So there's the youth mental health funding,
Right.
the eucalyptus tree removal. And then there's also the therapeutics program staff.
So a question on the eucalyptus tree removal. I didn't appreciate that would be here within this department, but it's labeled. Are there no, that seem like something that there might be grants for the state or the federal government to be able to help with that, given its fire prevention? Is there none, or?
There are, we've applied for some, not been successful, and we're continuing to apply for those. The one that we did apply for with I think it was CAL FIRE, included removal, but not the mitigation component. So, that would still be an extra fee, but we're continuing to do that. So we could, this could we could hold off, see how we are getting grants and working toward that, see how successful we are.
I mean, I'm fine parking lot on that. I think that's really important. But really hope we can get the grant, and sorry, definitely meant to include the mental health funding. I mean, it is a council priority.
So parking lot, both of those.
And the library restoration is part of this presentation. Are we?
I think for me right now, I mean, I would love to see it fully restored, but given we are making incremental increases on it.
It as a matter of process, it feels to me, I am not ready to pull the restoration of the library out of the conversation. I feel like being in the parking lot at least allows us to consider alongside
That's fine.
everything else. Is
Parking lot it.
that all right?
Yep.
Thank you.
Just saying what be probably when we come to that discussion,
Well,
kind of Sophie's choice.
it's the parking lot comes where we have the tough discussion about how to whittle this $8 million in requests down to the 2.25 we've been allocated, or some amount above that, given the other revenue sources or funding sources we've articulated.
That's what we're still. Can I clarify? I think I missed one of those items.
The eucalyptus tree removal.
And I have one other question that if I'm not misreading sections, in tier 2, the increase in public safety dispatcher staffing is, I guess I see it. It's community health and safety. Got it. All right. I understand what I said. Got it. It's under the council priorities as opposed to departments. Got it.
So the therapeutics, we are not putting in the parking lot. Is another way to think about this, right? That is the one item from this.
We really didn't discuss it.
I know. That's why I'm raising it.
So can you give us a little more color on that?
I can. So a lot of recreation departments have a robust therapeutic recreation program. We do not. We often get calls from parents or individuals asking, I have a child who has special needs. How can they be served with your programs and clubs? And we do our very best to do that. We don't always know the right answer. And we also aren't equipped to ensuring that we're providing programs and services that serve individuals or families with people with disabilities. So this would be my big vision for the department over a long time, is to have a more robust therapeutic recreation program. I mean, we have Magical Bridge, the PUSD serves a lot of special needs kids. And I honestly feel our department isn't keeping up with that as far as what we're doing in our programs and classes. Children's theater is doing a lot because they're partnering with Magical Bridge. Art Center does a lot. I think we can do better. The JMZ doing a lot. This is a tiny, tiny step in that direction. It's not a full-time person. It's someone who is our point of contact when someone calls the department and says, I need help. How can you help me? They're specialized and experienced in the language in what to say. And they can also help develop, more of a department-wide process for just how we're going to elevate this program in the future, instead of, someone from the Art Center maybe say something different than someone from the JMZ. It's to really standardize it and centralize it. So this is kind of a personal passion, I'm going to say, but I think it's really important.
That update and that helps. And under a recognition that we haven't done a lot of reduction and narrowing of the tier 2, I would be interested in putting that in the parking lot.
Yeah, I didn't appreciate really what that plan entails. So I appreciate the additional information, but
Sure.
also moving forward when we're putting things in the parking lot, we can winnow down list a little more. Otherwise, we're gonna have a really difficult time.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll include then therapeutics program recreation
I
plan.
think gets to procedure about how we use the parking lot. I would also like to request going forward that if we'd have the tier 2 organized by department instead of by budget priority, because we're having to pick out like where are these community service items show up. They don't just show up under community health and safety. Some of them are in the enhanced services.
Well, I think that was
So-
part of my earlier request.
Well, we're told. No, that you said they want to come to us in the order that they're here.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is by priority.
What I'm just saying is learning as this process goes, we would have overlooked this therapeutics was not presented, was not discussed. We're here with a little net trying to catch things, so I'm asking for it next year. Could we please organize it in a way so that when we have a department in front of us, we can turn to that department has asked for in the tier 2 and be sure to have a conversation about all of the items. This is an example of one that we've gotten overlooked had it not magically been caught in the net.
Yeah, and then it could have columns on the side of which of the council priorities it addresses.
So appreciate that feedback. I think, quite frankly, this is groundbreaking for us as well. So again, let me take the step back and note, this is the first year that the council will be explicitly acting on budget elements that tie back to your priorities.
Yeah.
So you're breaking new ground with the other council
And
members.
there's kind of two lenses and they're both important.
Yep. So given that, this sort of building the plane as you're flying, as the departments come up, let's make sure we highlight all of the tier 2 element items that relate to the departments. I think we can do that as we proceed.
Yeah, and I don't think staff went about it in the wrong way. I think, we're just realizing as we go real time what's working, what's not. And Kylie, have you already has staff already been working behind the scenes on getting that list? Okay. Otherwise, I'd say it'd be great to have it now, but if that's the case, then yes.
I'm not asking for it now, and I don't want to be a source of like, you're making extra work for us. I'm just,
totally
I'm
fine.
feeling for this item that was languishing in tier 2 without conversation here. And I don't,
Well, I think it'll be easy in the
Going
balance of
forward,
our
yeah.
discussions, even if it's not in writing that way, just everybody's conscious, breakout by
right,
department.
right.
We can do that.
Yeah. And we will help.
Great.
So really fine.
All right, we have a motion. Anything else? All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and we're still 12 minutes behind. Yeah. Yeah. So take a break until 1. Is that the plan? 40 minutes. Good.
Ordered lunch.
And our next item is the planning and transportation departments. So we have going first is John Lake from.
Right. Chair, if you would allow me to just give the committee a
Sure.
brief update.
Absolutely.
So if we could let Paul share screen. Paul, can you walk us through where we're at on parking lot? Thank you.
Okay, can everyone see the parking lot?
Yeah, we couldn't hear you very well just then.
Oh, sorry, let me.
There we go.
Is that better?
Yep.
Okay. So what you have in front of you is kind of how we're tracking as going throughout the various departments and sections of the budget. So over in the upper left-hand corner, this is kind of the funding that's available, anything that has been kind of officially approved as an adjustment to budget. So we haven't had any of those yet. So the only thing we have in there right now is the 2.25 million for the council priorities reserve. Below that, we have the council contingency, which still has $125,000 in it. And then over on the right is our parking lot tracking, which we have been keeping up to date as we're going through the various sections. So this includes the various funding that the committee wants to revisit, Measure K, excess tax measure, major tax funding, vacancy savings, the gas equity transfer, and then the items that were placed in the parking lot, mostly from the Tier 2 list. This is his wrap, the arts installation or visitor staffing, coordinator for the JMZ, the eucalyptus tree removal, youth mental health programs, the therapeutics program, and the library restoration. So there's a column here for the 2024 amount, which is column J here, and then there's a column K, which is the ongoing amount. So if we scroll down, the total savings, quote unquote, that we have now is about 4.8 million in 2024, with about 900,000 ongoing. And this is assuming that we would assume everything as it has been presented in terms of the total amounts of numbers right now. If we wanted to see the expense side, for 2024, it's about 1.5 million, and then ongoing it is about 900,000 in terms of costs.
And Paul, may I clarify that the running total of the yellow table that you said is sort of a running savings of some million, I can't see it right now, and that includes in the tally the 2.25 that has been allocated?
That does not. That includes the additional revenue that has been considered by the committee. So the Measure K, the 2.25 is sort of off to the side, and it would fund these items though.
Right. So since we're adding these revenue items potentially to the 2.25K, is there somewhere where we have a tally of all the potential revenue, the budgeted and the possible?
Sure, Paul, I think if you just add a subtotal there, add the below that in the cell below, just add that 2.5 to the 4. And that should get you there.
Thank you.
So that's 7 million.
That's really helpful. I realized there was one possible parking lot items much smaller than the others. What we want to put into the lot is any prospective funding for neighbors abroad. I don't know whether that request is due to be the 20,000 they spoke of, or given that the council just did a discretionary fund that would be diminished as a result of that. But are we interested in putting that into the parking lot for consideration?
Yes.
Sure. Okay. Well, we can put it into the 20. My hope is it might be less than that. Right.
Okay, with that, thank you, Leslie. Could bring that PowerPoint back up. So we'll do these periodic check-ins view as we move through the agendas. Like I said, usually at the start of and as with these breaks. So with that, we'll move to the planning and transportation item number 2, or 3, I'm sorry. And someone from OMB is going to kick that off. Kayla, thank you.
Should I wait for the slides?
I would go ahead and start.
Okay.
Thank
Good
you.
afternoon, committee. I'm Kayla Shapiro from the Office of Management and Budget, and we are here to discuss the planning and transportation service area in this section. We're working in the operating budget in the Planning and Development Services Department and Office Transportation Department sections. They also manage special revenue funds. So you may also reference that section in the book. Let me go to the next slide, please. Great. Combined, the departments have a total general fund expense budget of $27.5 million this year, which is about a 13% increase from fiscal year 2023 budget levels. As I said, these departments also manage special revenue funds. So the other funds budget for 2024 is $14.8 million, which is actually a modest decrease from 2023 levels, about a 4% decrease. The special revenue funds, a few examples of those are listed at the bottom of this slide for your reference. They include the housing funds, the parking funds, Stanford Medical Center, Stanford University Medical Center Fund. And with that, I'll pass it to Director Late to kick off the department presentation.
Great, thank you. We can go to the next slide. Good afternoon, Chair Burt and committee members. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. Let's see. This year, we really want to hone in on the council's priorities that were set forth in the work plan. So a lot of our focus this year is dedicated to the projects that you've identified in those 4 priority buckets. And in addition to that, we're really focused in on our customer service experience at the development center and improving the application intake process and plan review process for building permits. We've well to navigate out of the pandemic, but we're needing to hasten our, where we are now and take the good parts of that transition and the good parts that preceded it with our, touch points with customers and that. So that's a big focus of what we're doing. And we can talk more about that. To achieve these interests, we are asking the committee to consider some new positions. One of them is there's 2 enforcement positions. One is a part-time position that we've requested in previous years. We're going to continue to request this year. And then we have a new FTE ad for a working supervisor code enforcement to handle some of the more complex projects that we have, but then also to take on some additional project we haven't been able to do yet, but we've heard from the council previously and from the community a strong interest in planning, application, condition monitoring, and transportation demand management monitoring. So this position will help us achieve that. Another position that we are seeking is a senior plan for our historic preservation program. We have some, we used to have a position, I will say somewhere around 2018, but that position got absorbed into the planning program. And presumably because of a deficiency in resources in that area, we've used existing staff resources to shoulder the work, but there is a fair amount of work related to historic preservation for new single-family home development. And we had a recent assignment from the council that we're pursuing as well. So we think the time is right and the work warrants this position, but also in relation to that, we anticipate some retirements coming forward and need to really shore up our expertise in this area. Let's see, we've begun work on the council-directed rental registry, and in the latter half of this year, you will, the council will have a chance to see that program, be in on it. We anticipate there's going to be some funding needs associated with that. We're asking for $100,000 now, which we think would go toward technology, software that we might need to administer the program, some consultant support, but we'll be able to expand more on that. We've done an RFP recently to help us with that program. And so this is like a starter fund that we think would be helpful for us to move that program forward. And we have actually 8 total positions that we're seeking to upgrade from a position classification standpoint. 2 administrative associates would be upgraded to an administrative associate 3. And we have 6 building inspectors that would go from specialists, positions that would go from specialists to senior building inspectors. And we have a write-up on the justification for those in the pack. Next slide, please. So again, maybe I won't belabor this too much because I think I spoke to it a moment ago, but just some of the key initiatives again. We really want to focus in our building permit operations. We're hearing, that there's, we know from our own experience and feedback that we're receiving from some of our community members, there's room for improvement. We are fully aware of what we need to focus on. We have some strengths with our land use management system, how we're not looking to abandon that system, but we want to find ways to work with it and improve the service that we have. Happy to talk more about those issues. Clearly, the council's aware of the housing element and the work that still is outstanding for that. That's a big lift for us. And even when we get that document certified, we still have a lot of implementing programs that we have to do. So we're going to be busy for quite a while on that issue. I mentioned about the rental registry. And then again, code enforcement, I spoke to that, TDM compliance, application condition monitoring, improving our customer service. The other thing I didn't mention, which I will now, is interest that I have in improving our metrics for that program, our responsiveness to customers, and having a supervisor help manage that will get us close to understanding where we're doing well and where we need to improve. With that, next slide, please. I'll turn it over to Mr. Kinney.
Thank you. I didn't know if the committee wished to break and talk about planning, or if just dive into the Office of Transportation. Happy to go right now.
Why don't you go ahead, and then we'll hear from members of the public, and then we'll carve out questions.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much, and good afternoon. Philip Cami, the Chief Transportation Official. As you're aware, the Office of Transportation handles bicycling and walking, parking, safe routes to school, traffic operation and safety, and transportation programs and projects. And I'll talk about those a little bit more on a further slide. If I can get the next slide. The key changes that we have in the proposed in the FY24 budget are to add a new senior planner to manage the delivery of bicycle and pedestrian projects, specifically additional projects that we don't currently have the capacity to deliver. An example of this would be conducting outreach and developing conceptual plans so we can apply for grants to deliver projects such as additional bike and ped train crossings. And just noting, we also have a secondary tier 2 request for an SCAP related senior planner. And then the other major change that we have, which was similar to last year, is regarding the parking funds. And I just want to note a quick correction on this slide. One-time loan for $500,000 in the general fund is not just to the RPP. It's actually $50,000 that needed for RPPs and $450,000 for the California Avenue parking funds. So apologies for that combination there. But I want to walk through the 3 different parking funds just so you can kind of understand the context of each of the funds. The University Avenue Parking Fund, which is our parking fund, our garages and lots downtown. We're currently selling approximately 50 to 60% of our available permits. So that's a key reason why we've got a hit, or that's a key reason why our funding has a hit there. But we're still solvent in this fund. It doesn't require a subsidy yet in this area. It's potentially will in the future. So, and of course, the reason why we've sold less permits in this fund is because of hybrid remote work and losing some of our large employers in downtown as well. Also want to note that within the fund are other things that are not necessarily directly parking. There's the TMA, there's public toilets, there's street sweeping, and some other non-garage functions in there. Within the second, our other downtown, the California Avenue District, the California Avenue Parking Fund, we are significantly down in our permits there. We're currently selling approximately 37% of our permits that are available. And thus this fund requires the larger subsidy, $450,000. Also to note that the downtown parking fund had a larger reserve. And so the California Avenue didn't have such a large reserve to tap into that were really impacted throughout the pandemic. And then finally, for the residential parental parking fund, and sorry to say RPP on the slide, really, it's hard to fill out, but the RPP fund, that fund requires a $50,000 subsidy in the general fund due to line permit sales. But to note that in the past, this fund was heavily subsidized by employee permits. And these permits were shifted in theory to the garage. And that was something that had been part of the original RPP program design, was to shift the employee permits out of the neighborhoods, which was successful, but noting not necessarily successful in shifting them to the garages and lots. We did make significant changes to the RPP programs, which have saved a lot of money, namely license plate recognition, parking enforcement, and the switch to virtual permits. Otherwise, the fund would actually be a lot more in the red. And also to note that it's not uncommon in other cities for this fund to not be, it's not usually considered a revenue neutral fund. So I do want to address a little bit what we're doing to address these impacts to the parking funds. And the largest, I guess, concern that we've heard, obviously, is that an annual or quarterly permit designed for everyday parking is really not what's needed for somebody that's coming to the office on an infrequent basis. Somebody that doesn't come in, several days a week at least, doesn't get as much value out of an annual permit. And our daily permit that we have, which is currently $25 a day, was used fairly infrequently, but really more by visitors. And so we are recommending adjusting that significantly in the fee schedule to put it in line with our peer neighboring cities, and also take it something that can be used as this permit that people that are not coming to the office frequently. We're also going to be issuing an RP for a new permit system and vendor this year, and we'll be working through community and committees such as PTC to develop additional permit types so that visitors, guests, and others have their options for just the dailies and the quarterlies. Next slide, please. So with that, talk about some of the key projects and transportation programs we'll be working on in FY24. Obviously, we continue to work on the operations and safety of the transportation system, the traffic system, traffic signals. Palo Alto Link, which is still in its pilot phase, although we will be planning evaluation of this service in a year to determine what happens with this pilot service. The Car Free Streets program, California Avenue and Ramona, we'll be issuing an RFP over summer. The Safe Streets for All action plan, also working on the grant right now, but that plan will allow us to apply for additional monies, federal money, to make our streets safer, and also help us in our development of a safe system approach and Vision Zero planning. And then continuing the parking planning, which I talked quite a bit about, planning and operation management. And then some of the key CIPs that we'll be working on this year are the Churchill Avenue and bikeways, the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan, which will be council in June for contract award. Grade separations and quiet zones, which will also council quite soon. And safe routes to school as an ongoing program, and the Churchill Alma Safety Project. So with that, I'm happy to hand it over for questions.
Thank you. Shall we see if we have any members of the public next?
Yes, Chair, do we have two in person and one online? Our first speaker online or in person is Justine Burt. If you want to come up and speak for 3 minutes. Yeah, just push the button. Perfect.
And so I have 2 or 3 minutes.
Sure.
Good afternoon, City Council members. Nice to see you, City Manager, staff. I'm Justine Burt, the Executive Director of Palo Alto Transportation Management Association. We're a nonprofit that provides information and incentives to workers downtown and on California Avenue. Our mission is to reduce traffic congestion and demand for parking downtown and on California Avenue. As you know, we provide free transit passes to low-wage service sector workers making less than $70,000 a year. Caltrain passes, VTA, Amtrans, Dumbarton Express. We also started a new pilot program last year based on a $100,000 grant from the Transportation Research Board to provide $5 a day rewards to geofenced areas downtown in Cal Ave to workers who want to bike to work instead of driving. And while there's a $600 a year limit for that Bike Love reward program, we're just trying to get people to try it, fall in love with it, and develop habits. We also offer after-hour Lyft rides before transit starts, after it stops, less than 5 miles, so people who can't get here other ways don't have to drive.
I saw the 4 city council priorities that you all came up with at your retreat in January, and PATMA helps realize 3 of them. One is economic recovery. The service sector tends to have about 200% turnover per year, but the people who get transit passes tend to stay around longer. So this is really good for the small businesses, the shops, restaurants, and hotels here. Note that the Sustainability Climate Action Plan goals that have been set, 40% active mobility or transit by 2030 for local commutes is one of the city's goals. And so we help realize that as well. And obviously we're helping with community health as well and encouraging people with active commutes. Just quickly, we got an allocation of 216 Go passes from Caltrain. As you probably know, they suffered a 94% loss of ridership early on in COVID, and they're trying to rebuild their ridership. So we've already given out dozens of passes. We still have 120 more to find homes for. There's a lot more we can do to get more people to try bicycling to work. We have matched 3 people who would like to do bike love and bike to work, but they don't have a bike. So we're working with Bike Exchange to get them hooked up with not only a refurbished bike that volunteers make sure the brakes work and they're tuned up and everything works well, but also make sure they can have a helmet, lock, and lights if they need it. So just to wrap up, the essential workers who, like Oscar, work long shifts at the hotel, and he lives in East San Jose. He told me that when he used to drive into work, sometimes he'd have to pull over. He was so tired. So he really hates taking the train now. Kim takes train for environmental reasons. Jesus likes saving money on the Trans Pass because it's more money for his family. So I really appreciate city's continued support of PATMA's work, and thanks for the opportunity to share this with you.
Our next speaker is Nathaniel Duncan, followed by Rob George.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Nathaniel Duncan. I'm General Manager of Padding at Palo Alto, and I'm here to advocate where we find synergy with the efforts of the council, some of the environmental initiatives, specifically PATMA and Bike Love. I'd like to open with having been here for the last 4 years and watched Palo Alto at a peak and navigate itself back out of the pandemic, that this program for me has been a transformative asset to my recruitment and retention of employees, particularly once we had full engagement with both programs. I've had 0 turnover. I'm used to hiring 30, 40 employees a year. Likewise, as a result of the higher caliber, my business has grown a $3 million business to almost $6 million business, despite all of the challenges of the pandemic. And I'm also seeing that engage with customers and our engaged Silicon Valley Bike Coalition as a result of seeing employees walk the walk. The secondary benefit, as you know, for the downtown, it's a neighborhood ecosystem where it's not just employees and customers and they're not interrelated. Employees spend money downtown too. And what I noticed from my staff is that we all had our favorite places. And when we're digging our way back out of the pandemic, people made it a point to go to Verve, to Blue Bottle, to Sprout, to some of the little restaurants that were just trying to hold on. We had really small seating outside and everybody was 15 feet away from each other. And as a result, the habits are my employees feel comfortable spending some of their money downtown as well, instead of coming to work, taking your paycheck to where you live outside of Palo Alto and using that. I'm also noticing as weather warms again, my employees, along with greater friends, are inviting folks downtown to go to dinner because you've done an excellent job keeping those streets closed and keeping those restaurants downtown. So I have several other stores. I won't share their data for Patagonia that have had different approaches to downtown during the pandemic and commute and the access, and their business is not in the same place. I just wanted to come here and advocate for that program. And I am very appreciative for our business. It's allowed me to raise the caliber of who I recruit, who I retain, and our ability to engage with the community, even if we're kind of working our way back. I know that you all have very tough decisions to make always to make the revenue stream balance. So again, I appreciate this. Thank you for the time.
Our next speaker is Rob George. You should be able to mute yourself.
Good afternoon, council members, Mr. City Manager, and city leaders. Thank you very much. My name is Rob George. I am one of the founding board members and current treasurer of the Palo Alto TMA. My day job, I am director of national facilities for Phil's Coffee, a business downtown in Palo Alto, And really, I am just coming on for a few moments today to thank the city and the council for the continued support of the Palo Alto TMA. This upcoming year will represent the 9th year that the city has supported the TMA, and we continue to grow and morph as the times change. I wanted to highlight one thing is that in the recent years, we have become a collaborative board of both residents and businesses. Our goal is always to be part of a better place to live, a better place to shop, and a better place to work in Palo Alto. And now with the chair of our board being a resident and another board member is a resident, we represent that not only in our actions, but on the board. One of the things I was wanting to ask the council to consider this year is we currently serve the 2 downtown boroughs in Palo Alto, University Avenue and California Avenue. And we regularly have requests from workers in Palo Alto to go all the way to the border. And I'm asking the council today to put that into the consideration and to give the Palo Alto TMA permission to distribute its passes, to use its resources to provide transit passes, not just downtown and in Cal Ave, but all the way to the borders of Palo Alto. I want to thank you all for your hard work. I know this is a thankless time of the year in budget time, and I appreciate your attention to this and appreciate the time today. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you. I'm actually intrigued by our public speakers who want to follow up subsequently, but let me turn to my colleague first. Well, just following up on the TMA, because all 3 of our public speakers were on that subject. I'm interested in a couple aspects. The original impetus for creating was really over congestion and parking overflow, particularly parking overflow into neighborhoods, but it also indirectly mitigates the need for providing very expensive parking, structured parking in the downtown. But it also had real strong value in our environmental initiatives on both just from vehicles of atmospheric pollution and greenhouse gases. So that's an important part of our climate initiative. But as we all know, the transit agencies are facing what are being described as fiscal cliffs. And one of the things that I've actually been moving forward on with both Caltrain and VTA, on whose boards I serve, is that the series of initiatives that Palo Alto has adopted over a couple of decades to drive transit use, from development agreements with Stanford and the hospitals to our TMA, to our city itself providing Caltrain passes for workers, and then other specific TDM programs, all constitute a package that we've never put together as a package. And Palo Alto's initiatives constitute nearly half of all of the Caltrain passes in the whole system. And one of the things I've been arguing is that as employers and cities are trying to bring workers back into the community, transit passes are a way to get office workers back in the office. But I had not been thinking about the points that were made on our focus with our TA has been on the lower income workers, because we had found early on that our larger higher income employers tend to have their own TDM programs, and it was the lower income workers who really needed this support. I just hadn't thought through until now just the value on that as a retention incentive on top of everything else it does that supports our local businesses and retailers, as we're saying that we really want to support those businesses. Connecting those 2 programs, we always thought it's a good thing, but hearing these stories about how it's re-affecting employee retention, I think is real valuable. And I'd actually like to request if maybe Justine can take the lead on gathering some testimonials, and to any degree that there's data. I think it not only supports our support of that program, but is more broadly valuable to other cities as we're trying to encourage them to do other similar things. Because if the transit system doesn't stay strong, then these programs go down the hill. So, I just want to say thanks on that because that made me think about it from a perspective that I had overlooked. So that's on that part. Julie?
I have a thought on that. Thank you for saying all that, Pat. It's really helpful here. Forgive me, going through the budget documents, trying to figure out is these wonderful elements of advocacy for TMA. Do we have budget requests related to TMA?
Yes, and thank you for the question. To note, the TMA is currently proposed as $200,000 to be paid out of parking funds. So that's why it's significant to this discussion.
Thank you.
Sorry, just to clarify, Philip, can you point out where it is in the documents that the committee has?
Page 100.
So that 200,000, because of the shortfall in parking permit revenue and the passes, our various parking funds, you were alluding to this issue of it basically needing to be an additional budget subsidy. Is that how you were describing all that?
Yeah, well, just to note, the budget subsidy is in the RPP fund and the California Avenue parking fund. I believe that the TMA is being funded out of the University Avenue, which does not currently need a subsidy.
Okay. And there was a request that TMA be allowed to distribute transit passes. And are those passes the donated passes or our own purchased passes? Justine, if you wouldn't maybe, unless Philip knows the answer.
Yeah, well, just to note, yeah, the Caltrain passes are a donation. The restriction that we've had on spending for the TMA had historically only been, actually previously only in downtown, then we expanded to California Avenue. Something I was going to note, and Justine might want to add even more to this, just to note that previously employees that might not have had access to Caltrain, as an example, can now take something like the Palo Alto Link and get to and from Caltrain. So there are first last mile options that might have been available previously. But I'm not sure.
Well, let me ask this additional question of Justine. So my understanding was that the limitation on the geographic area was first the downtown and then the Cal, but it was in part limited because we didn't have the resources of additional passes when there was so much demand. Has that changed so that now we have surplus passes, and so we don't have to have additional funding in order to be able to expand the geographic area would be qualified? Is that correct?
We have additional passes, and we just did a large outreach effort in February and March. Downtown California Avenue, knocked on doors, talked to people, climbed stairs, and gave away dozens of passes. But now we still have about 120 from Caltrain that we'd like to give out. And I wanted to double check our agreement with Caltrain, but if we could give those passes that we didn't purchase, that didn't come out of the downtown parking fund, and do a little outreach with membership fees from some of our businesses that would be separate from the parking fund, then we could support Caltrain and get more riders onto the trains.
And it would necessarily require additional city funding to be able to expand this program.
Exactly.
Okay.
Precisely.
Good. And you alluded to it, but I was talking about the range of benefits. Clearly, as Patma had identified a number of years ago, where the lower income workers were service employees had the greatest need, that also addresses a social equity need that we have and a priority that we have. So thank you very much.
It does. And one last thing I wanted to mention, a public comment was just sent in by Alejandra Mir with Coupa Cafe. She's the HR director. And she noted that by receiving transit passes from Patma, her staff don't have to drive in, and that's for parking spaces for customers. She appreciates.
Absolutely. Yeah, so I would welcome receiving any of those testimonials. I'm right now working with Caltrain on putting together a template for cities up and down the corridor to do programs like what Palo Alto has done in a series of initiatives, but we never called it a comprehensive program before, and just kept building on our successes. And we now reflect on it, realize that it is a model that other cities are just only doing fragments of. Okay. Other items on both planning and the transportation. Who would like to go next? Julie?
Yes, I'm happy to. Thank you. Chairman, thank you so much for your presentation. And I was smiling. You might have wondered why I was smiling when you brought up housing element, only because I still have that stack of material to read for the day. So, okay. I noticed that in your, let me find it, goals and workplace metrics section, it indicated that your permit issue time was way down from your goal of 80%, and even 2021 and 22 actuals, which were 85 and 88%. And the notes indicated that it's simply due to staffing, of course. How optimistic are you that there are people out there who are recruitable at the dollars you're trying to throw at that problem?
I think the issue is twofold, really, and I apologize if we didn't articulate that in the documents. Let me answer your question first. With our request, we add, well, it's not part of our base request. We have gone out a couple of times for a plan review engineer, and we've not been successful in that effort. And I believe we have sought and council approved at your opportunity to upgrade our plan review engineer to a senior plan review engineer. And we also have a tier 2 request for an additional senior plan review engineer. We think we'll be more competitive at that level to bring somebody in. The challenge that we have with the numbers that you're reflecting on the performance last year also relates to the technology that we're dealing with. Before the pandemic, we were a pay plans operation, and everybody would come into the counter and interact with us. So when you sat down, you rolled out your plans, you had a pretty good idea what was going to happen next. You either needed to come back with some additional information, or we accepted your application and you went about business, and we got back to you when we had our corrections. The shift of the pandemic, because of the pandemic, removed the paper plan, made everything electronic, and separated us from our customers. So they had to submit things electronically. That was fine. It just, that's okay for the moment. Now that we're all meeting in person again, or able to meet in person again, we still have this legacy sort of operation of the pandemic, where we've turned over the interface of our permit system to the customer, which has slowed down the response times, and it's slowed down our ability to get corrections back to the customers. So that's a new thing that we're having to adapt to, and we're working to make that easier so that the customer doesn't have to navigate through this difficult process, which they didn't have to do before. Our staff did it, but now they do because we had that shift. So we have some staffing limitations, and we have this permitting efficiency piece that we need to address, and we're working on that. The other component I want to note is we're asking we have a consultant bank that we use, and we ask people to come to the city to provide service. Now, it was how it was before the pandemic. Now we're shifting back to wanting to have people available at the DC, and we do have staff available at the DC Monday through Thursday every week. We are available for in-person appointments, virtual appointments, and we're also available for walk-ins. Trying to get consultants to come in and be at the DC has proven very difficult. It's just not they don't have to do it. They can take another job doing something else that's remote. And so that is a recruitment challenge that we have.
While I have you, would you be willing to speak to your T2 requests right now? I'd really love to hear. There's a lot of stuff from your department in there and a lot of dollars attached to it. And the problems you've just alluded to are an enormous element of the functioning or well-functioning or lack of functioning of our city. actually and how it's perceived by the public. And so I really love to hear which ones you are most urgently advocating for and which ones might be tier 3.
Yeah, thank you. The vast majority are tier 3. There's 2.
No,
yes.
are you being
I
serious?
am being serious.
Meaning you are not strongly advocating for the items that are currently listed as tier 2 for your department.
I have 2 that I will flag for you that I'm interested in. No, beyond. So there's a lot of things on tier 2 that are, I'll talk about the ones that I'm interested in, and then we can talk about the ones that are on there. Okay. So on attachment C, packet page 33, Roman numeral page 33. It's the one I was just speaking about. This is the plan review engineer.
$115,000.
Yes. That would be my number 1 priority.
Okay, and then what?
And then next, we can just go back a couple of pages. Let's go back page to packet page 32. I just will flag this one. It's a big ticket item.
The zoning code update?
The zoning code update. We have been asking for many years to upgrade our zoning code. It is very difficult for our staff and for our customers to navigate the zoning code. And there's been a lot of changes with state law.
Yeah.
That's a multi-year effort. Okay. And then the other one
I'm sorry, it's multi-year. The $500,000, would that be spread over several years?
No, the 500
That's
would just
what's
get
needed.
started.
Okay.
I would think this project is probably around 1.5 million, is I think we've estimated. So did that get that right? Okay. 1.5 million, roughly.
Yeah, it says that.
Okay. And then
Sure. So how, I mean, as far as housing element and everything that's related to, I mean, how much is that related to getting that housing element approved? The ability to be able to show HCD that we're revising the plans and that we have the funding to be able to do it.
I don't much.
Oh, okay.
But where it will help is where HCD would have interest in that is making sure that our regulations are clear and you're not having to sift from chapter to chapter to chapter to find regulations. So there's a whole other way of reformatting the code where it could just have everything available.
Helpful but not critical to that piece.
That's critical. And then page 25, the attachment. The first item on there, the bird glass and the wild protection. I know that's a strong interest in the community, and council has articulated that. I believe we can take that on with the rested funding there. So those would be the 3 that I would prioritize.
So thank you for that. So the initiation of downtown housing plan, which is the first one under housing, social and economic balance, is not a high priority.
Actually, thank you. I want to, if I can get to that, I had a question on that one.
Okay.
And the reason I had a question mark on that one is because it ties into the committee's discussion about vacancies. And some new information that wasn't available to Ms. Nozay and the budget team is we actually received we have one of our employees who's actually going to leave our department, who's this long range planning program. Our long range planning program is the program that does all of the vast majority of the council priority work, housing, renter protection, coordinated area plans, everything that we do. It's a 7-member program. And we have 3 vacancies in that program now. So we're at 43% vacancy in the program that the council wants us to advance a lot of these projects. So the reason I have a question mark on the housing program is one, if the city council does want to advance that program, we are going to need more money. We anticipate we would need more money, as illustrated here in tier 2. I am struggling to staff a program like that, a project that right now. So I have, it would be very much consultant driven, but I have a lot of consultants doing a lot of different work, particularly related to the housing and this program, and I've got one manager doing it. The program at 7 is a decent span of control for one manager with the different work that we're doing. But this is pretty complex work on the housing side and the policy side. So when we start adding more consultants or more staff to that program, I'm beginning to stretch out my manager's ability to effectively manage programs. That's why you haven't seen me be robust in my interest in some of these other things that's going to add more work. Understand it's a priority and things that we need to get done. I'm concerned about the 43% vacancy that I'm going to be able to reduce over time. but I don't think I've got much more capacity to take on a lot of work.
So I think you're going to say the same thing about the coordinated area plans for San Antonio, Cal Ave, downtown, and El Camino.
I have a stronger reaction to that.
A stronger negative reaction?
The coordinated area plans are very valuable and good things. We should be doing these. They also take a long time. And they were in Palo Alto, they take years. I mean, North Ventura coordinated area plans, I think we're on our 5th year, 4th or 5th year. That's a significant investment in staff time, engagement, community engagement, resources. And, I do think that it's a lot of work.
Yeah, I hear that. I also hear you saying in Palo Alto, it takes a long time. I hear from leaders in nearby cities that their coordinated area plans haven't taken as long. So this speaks to the uniqueness of our community and the way we go about getting things done. I'm also aware of the plan that led to the development of SOFA years ago. And I know at least one of us here on the side of the dais was heavily involved in that. And it proved to be, however arduous the process, we had a beautiful outcome, a coordinated plan that results in a really walkable, beautiful neighborhood. So I raise these questions with you because knowing the housing element is trying to find room for 6,086 units in the next 8 years, and knowing that about a third of them are planned for South Palo Alto, for example, and elsewhere. If we don't have a coordinated plan approach, do we then have an ad hoc approach to approving things on a one-off basis and sort of failing to create a neighborhood that is akin to the beautiful neighborhoods we already have here?
Yeah. So the default would be yes, and it would be somewhat ad hoc. And I think it would be a thing for us to have a coordinated area plan, particularly for the San Antonio corridor, from toward the freeway all the way connecting to the station in Menlo Park. And definitely coordinating with Mountain View and stakeholders in that area, of course, Google and so forth. And Mr. Cammie and I have had several conversations about the different components of what would that entail, coordinated area plan. Incidentally, I've reached out to Cal Poly. They have their graduates who do look for assignments like these. And that might be an area that I can explore further. Wouldn't require a lot of initial staff assessment, could get us some good baseline data, and might springboard for some future work that we would engage a consultant to do. I've had one conversation with Cal Poly, and I can continue those conversations. No guarantee it's a competitive process, and there's some nominal funds from the city to for travel and things for the students. But I think of the coordinator plans that you have listed here, San Antonio is probably the one that, in my perspective, requires most attention because of all the housing that we're proposing.
So let me then ask if this item in tier 2 on page 28 was winnowed down from construct preliminary schedule for starting new coordinated area plans for San Antonio, Cal Ave, downtown, and El Camino. It was winnowed down to the one that you just articulated is the one you're most interested in, San Antonio. Could you ballpark what that cost might be? Some fraction of that 700,000 that would help us advance the ball around the San Antonio area?
Yeah, I can give you a ballpark. It's more than 700,000.
I think Julie's talking about if you just this year did this launch
with Cal Poly.
Oh, Cal Poly.
In other words, you've got 700,000 articulated as these 4 getting the ball rolling on 4 area plans. And I'm saying if we cut 3 out, and it's just San Antonio, it's got to be less than 700.
Absolutely.
I'm saying it's not necessarily a quarter of it, though.
Well, yeah, so the 700, I think, reflects maybe a getting started cost. The downtown housing plan, just the housing plan, not coordinated area plan, is coming in somewhere between 8 and 1.4, 1.5 million. Okay. That's just looking at how we put housing downtown.
Okay.
And can you also talk about grant opportunities related to this?
Yes, I can.
So let's just drill into San Antonio for a second.
Okay.
Just looking for a ballpark.
Yes.
What the San Antonio process, getting the ball rolling on a San Antonio coordinated area plan might be.
Okay. So the concept that I described using perhaps Cal Poly as a starting place for that would not cost us much. Maybe 50,000 for to help the school with transportation, spending the night, doing community meetings, maybe some materials and supplies. There will be some costs associated with that activity. There'll be meetings with our boards and commissions. But they would do the product, they would produce that. So there'll be some other nominal costs associated with that, but I want to be clear that they would running the program and staff would be, giving them materials and slides that they might need for, running some analysis. We'd have meetings with them for check-in. We absorb that as part of our operation. That would be a university-led event and a university product that would share with our boards and missions. If you're looking at just that level, then, like I said, it's somewhere in the, $15,000 range. Okay. Do you want me to go beyond that? Okay.
Can I pause, just ask clarification on it? Would that the product of that be something more of what we might call conceptual plan rather than our coordinated area plan?
Well, and it actually there's in consultation with the professor, there's like there's three components to that that effort. There's the macro view of San Antonio and all the different component parts. Another part is you can spend time just looking at the transportation connections through San Antonio and how those get approved. And then there's the detailed plan of what we do at parcel level specific. I don't think we'd be with that level. So we would come up and do probably a higher level, go out and look at the transportation piece, and we will look at more of a concept plan of what could happen in these areas.
Yeah. So I think what's happening for me is I'm trying to figure out what to conclude about your vision and sense of what's practicable and necessary with the housing element as it's contemplated. Are you saying you would prefer an ad hoc approach to the location and placement of what is developed on San Antonio? I'm intuiting that because I'm not seeing you a request to beef up the staffing to make a more coordinated effort possible. And I'm trying to understand, you're the expert here, I'm not. So I'm trying to understand what is it that you want to see happen down there with the housing element allocations there. And I'm trying to understand how the current budget proposal reflects your desires for what should eventuate there, area plan or ad hoc.
Yes. Okay. And I would say my interests are to be reflected by the council and the city manager. So you're the driver. I will say to you, the reason why we have not advanced as much in the budget for a coordinated area plan on San Antonio is because of our existing staffing challenges that we have. So not a question of do I prefer ad hoc or coordinated area plan. Absolutely would prefer a coordinated area plan. When I think about operationalizing that and the amount of time that it's taken, that's just through the NVCAP process and applying that to San Antonio, it's an extensive amount of work, a lot of resources, and we try to be judicious in the asks that we're making. I will say, by a ballpark, San Antonio is a large road, a lot of issues, complicated. I had been, it's probably not shy of $2 million to do a coordinated area plan for San Antonio, and time-wise, it's probably, if NVCAP is an indicator, we're probably looking at 4 or 5 years to process that.
If I could add one more perhaps just option for consideration here, as Director Lee was describing the process. I think, Councilmember, you touched on the issue of the process of our coordinated area plans, and in discussions with Director Lee, that's also it's a bit of I don't know if we call it the chicken and egg issue with having resources to deliver on a plan, and then the challenge also getting the resources because of how exhaustive our process has been. Let me just suggest, I think at some point we need to take a look at the design of the CAP process, the coordinated area plan process, and perhaps this is the type of issue that might be referred to the housing ad hoc committee to take a look at and bring back to the council for the purpose of further discussion. Given that I think in our experience with the NVCAP process, it was certainly not satisfying from a number of perspectives in the community. It was also not satisfying for staff. And I'll use the term a bit of a meat grinder as to a effort. So I think it makes it very difficult to attract and retain the staff to see through an effort like that when the effort can be so daunting. So I'd like to just share that issue. And while setting aside some dollars is an important step. In order to actually act on the dollars, I think that we will need to take on that other.
Well, let me weigh in on that because I agree that it really, because we need to, in coming years, proceed on coordinated area plans. Need to really examine the process and try to come up with lessons learned and best practices, I think is extremely important. When we did the SO process, despite today reflecting on the outcomes and saying what a success it was, at the completion of the process, it was universally criticized for how long it took and how much it cost to do. And at that time, back 98 or whatever, I said, okay, well, let's convene everybody, went through the torture of the process and talk about lessons learned. So the next one, which was intended to be South El Camino at that time, we can do better. And everybody said, no, we're done with the coordinated area plans. And so then it was about 10 years later where some of the press who had criticized that process and everything came back and said, well, that was the best thing the city's ever done. And council members, same story. And that's been the refrain ever since. So when we commenced the VCAP one, I and a couple others said, okay, well, now let's go back and lessons learned. People who are involved in so far are still active, and we could put a better foundation on the process. We didn't do that. And I think NVCAP could have been better as a result. I'm not saying it would have been streamlined and simple or any of those things, just better. And so I would say going forward, that's important. If we're going to do this, let's not keep either repeating kind of practices or thinking that we can solve the problem by just circumventing certain things. And that doesn't solve the problem in our community here. And it goes back into, okay, say, well, gee, we're talking about something that's more work on the front end. If we don't invest it on the front end to get the process right, we end up paying price on the back end. And I hope that sounds like we're getting to a consensus that let's figure out the best we can do on the process before we begin it. And then under the hope and belief that that's going to make it better. Not make it easy, better. So I've been volunteering for 20 years to convene, and I'm so willing and able.
I appreciate what you just said, Councilmember Bird. Thank you. And I think I want to just close my questions here with an encouragement to you, Director Late, of I realize I've been through a meat grinder, sounds like. I realize I don't know the half of it. I hardly know what you've been through. And I'm new.
It's not been that. I mean,
okay, the semi grinder, right? And in the budget process is where I, as a council member, am asking you to bring your vision and your expertise and tell us what this department needs in terms of staffing in order to serve the city, you know, to achieve the results that are worthy of Palo Alto and its citizens and its residents and its businesses through the planning department. I want you next year to come to us with what you actually need, given the complications and the constraints in furtherance of the values and the dreams. I want to actually know what that money would be.
And I hope the proposal that is before you does reflect that. It also reflects the challenges and balance that we do, you know, in administrative work that we do for our departments to, you know, you've got a lot of asks of you from all the different departments, and a lot of important programs to support. So, you know, there is an element of, you know, some restraint and to balance them. And so, but I get what you're saying, and we'll work with our staff to that.
Perhaps in the context of this series of hearings, that we could take it as a follow-up for staff to take another look at that tier 2 request and perhaps refine it to what's might be a little more a higher priority in the director's view, and potentially reflect just, let's say, San Antonio and what might be needed in an upcoming year, and potentially including that review of the process on the front end as well.
Yeah, and maybe even that's something that Cal Poly would be interested in participating in, not just that geographic area, but a process analysis.
Yeah.
I will add that without this needing to be a conflict, I don't think it is. I'm on the Board of Trustees of California College of the Arts and just sat through a trustee meeting where they talk about how architecture and design programs work with municipalities and institutions to, get their students to design solutions. So that may be another more an institution closer to us geographically that might take interest, and I'd be happy to facilitate a first call on that if you're interested.
Great. Great.
Thanks. I agree with Julie was saying as far as process move forward. But do want to acknowledge one, I appreciate staff seem to be a really good team when it comes to the budget proposal. I like what you just articulated as far as recognizing their shared resources and not trying to get, not trying to ask for everything, because that means another department doesn't get what they want. So appreciate that perspective also. And I think this really is going to come back when we're hopefully having a conversation with human resources soon. Just a common theme that we're hearing today as far as just recruitment issues. And even if we could give you what you want, there's some positions that you simply just cannot fill. Like we had that issue with the Teen Center earlier, and that's I think that's particularly frustrating that we can direct resources and still not be able to get something done and understand that frustration. And I think that really needs a deeper dive. And I really like this idea with Cal Poly, especially as a university town ourselves and one that has always been the center of innovation. This seems like a great opportunity for us to be able to kind of walk the walk of a university town and sort of Silicon Valley and embrace not only the opportunity for students to be able to get some great experience learning on the job, but for pennies on the dollar to the city's perspective. So I think that's really exciting. Want to see that continue. I agree. Given the 700,000 in tier 2, yeah, let's focus on what we need to focus on first. Glad you brought up your top 3, because the coordinated area plans was my number 1 when I initially looked through this, because I completely agree with what Julie was saying, especially from a South Palo Alto perspective. The idea of placing these housing units at ad hoc basis is very alarming for our constituents down there. It's alarming for me, and I think it's going to be a cluster. And so I'm concerned about that. And I do think most of the residents in the state have not really kind of woken up to these mandates and the increased pressure on housing. I think that's going to start happening relatively soon. I think it's starting to happen with like the proposal in the Sunset District in San Francisco of that massive tower building. I think people are finally starting to wake up and go, oh, this is actually going to start impacting the quality of life in my neighborhood. I think we're going to start seeing that in Palo Alto, especially San Antonio. If it does what we're hoping the housing element does, but we're going to celebrate that, but also be in a difficult position without that coordinated area plan. Though understand the limitations and agree with Pat, and I love the suggestion from Ed as far as maybe we can start that conversation at the housing ad hoc or somewhere else, because I think that conversation needs to be had. So I'll change up the theme to our code enforcement. A few questions on that. So the workload measure table on page 311 of shows that the number of code enforcement complaints received in fiscal year 23 was 2,000, estimated to be the same in 24. Do you know the number or the percentage of those that were actually resolved? And I know that resolved can, I guess, maybe addressed by code enforcement. So I know you have the survey of residents reading the quality of code enforcement as good or excellent, but still doesn't tell us the percentage of those were actually resolved.
Yeah, you can go ahead. So Sarah McRee is our senior business operations manager, and she has some data on it.
So specifically for code enforcement, the 2,000 is I'm assuming you're referring to the projection for this year?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, yes on the projection, but also for 2023, we had 2,000 complaints received.
Yes, so that's estimated. So what we noticed this year was that there was a significant spike in leaf blower complaints. And what we also found was that in that increase, the majority of those complaints, over 80% generated by the same 10 community members. And so it was an increase, and our officers have been following up on it. In terms of closure rates, right now of the FY23 cases, 58% still remain open. And that's likely because they're still coming in and we're following up on them because of the volume.
And this speaks to my interest in wanting to bring a supervisor into the program to help, again, foresee our completion rate and really boost that up, so that we don't have such a lag on that.
And that's basically where I was going. So I noticed, yeah. And then so this additional code enforcement, that brings up our staffing to what, 3.48?
That sounds right. One supervisor who would be a working supervisor, so doing work in the field as well. And then 2 code enforcement officers and then one part-time officer.
And that's a significant increase. I think that should really help with hopefully some of those closures. And do you know what were we at 4 prior to the pandemic? Because I know those positions were cut.
Yeah, I think most we had was 3.
Okay, good. Then, so that another question, just because I couldn't find it, in the city manager's transmittal letter, it talked about urban forest tree trimming services. Couldn't find that in the actual budget here.
That's probably going to be in Public Works' budget.
Oh, yes. Okay, perfect. And good. My other questions were answered already. Thank you.
Thanks. So a couple comments and a couple questions. First, on this issue of being able to fill positions, I just want to make sure everybody understands a number of places in the budget, including within the development services. We're seeing proposals that upgrade positions in more senior positions, and that is intended to make us competitive to fill those positions. That's already in, well, it's either in the general budget or in tier 2, depending on the circumstance. So I just want to make sure that's the strategy that we've thought we need to do for the most part. Second, I did want to note on within the code enforcement and particularly leaf blowers, I've continued to believe that there are approaches that we could adopt that would be more effective and more essentially oriented towards self-enforcement. And we haven't yet had an opportunity to really have a council discussion on those things. But I've developed a number of thoughts over the last couple of years with input from members of the community. And I think that we really should be looking at aside from just hiring more enforcers. It's similar to approaches where we've talked about conditions of approval for different PCs and things like that. And there are different ways to do in that regard, stronger self-enforcement. And I think they're more effective and lower costs than essentially hiring planners with badges. I just would like us to explore those alternatives. And then I did want to talk about when the development center, the intersection between the center and all of our climate initiatives, particularly electrification. So one of the things that I've come to become aware of recently is that we don't yet have really an integration between the initiatives that we're doing at utilities department on, or to my knowledge, we don't, on electrification. And when people come in to development center for permits, and they'll be seeing a 400 amp panel because their contractor says get a 400 amp panel if you want to electrify, and nobody tells them, no, you got to go over here and talk to these folks because you very well may not need that. And I've run into several community members who have gone through that process, and I think we need to get a solution to that sooner rather than later. Once again, leverage resources. One thing that we have, for instance, 50.org that is doing these incredible door-to-door programs, community to sign up people for the heat pump water heater program. And a lot of those people could be manned once a week at the development center, have a little kiosk there where they're right there. And we advertise if you're going to look at electrification, you can come in and we even have a 120 volt hot water heater there. Maybe we have a contractor there who knows what is the right approach, but to really integrate those efforts. And in doing so, it reduces the whole system upgrade that is a big choke point in the amount of transformers and all that. And a lot of it is educational, and who are the people we want to tap into It's the people who are going for those permits, and we don't want them to basically everybody thinking they have to buy a Cadillac, they only need a Chevy. And that's the sooner we marry those efforts, the sooner we get the benefits. I think it will reduce the staffing workforce impacts on the development center while advancing our electrification. So I just want to toss that out there as a priority, and one that mitigates the staffing. And I don't know to what extent. We can't quite figure that out. I also on that electrification program, one of the things that I've been working with our state assemblyman and senator is on the workforce need with this. Our utilities department, we have a huge ramp up that we're at the forefront on that's going to be across the state in needing power supply engineers, high voltage line workers, power supply engineers. Cal Poly again is one of the 3 schools in the state that produce them. But what emerged also was really the explosive need for people doing not only inspections but and reviews for both the electrification and for the massive growth in housing permitting that will come about as a result of the various housing elements. And there is growing recognition of this problem and not a systematic state strategy that connects these mandates and these needs, both in climate and housing, with what could be a crisis choke point in staffing. We've already been going through, without those ramp ups, we've been experiencing a crisis and ramp ups on the horizon. So I think that we can't carry that alone as a city, but this is something that cities need to work together on and push the state to really rapidly address this issue. At the same time, it's a tremendous opportunity. Some of these jobs are great jobs that we have so many kids who grow up locally and have this high cost of living here. They don't want to move out of state or to the Central Valley. And these are high income jobs that could be in their communities and really be part of a broader sustainable economy and communities. And so it really, at the same time, addresses a whole lot of equity issues that would be great opportunities. So just want to use this opportunity to get that on the table. And then just on the transportation, I had one follow-up. I'm not sure that we had discussion at the beginning on expanding authorizing the PATMA to have an expanded geographic zone. Does that require us to fold that in here, or is that kind of outside of our budgetary considerations?
Yeah, that's a good question. Kylie, do you have thoughts on that? As you're gathering, not put you on the spot, but as you're gathering that, I just wanted to mention that PATMA annual report will be coming to council in the coming weeks, well, next 2 months, and that it does include at least 5 testimonials within that report. So there are testimonials that are contained in that report.
If they're already getting generated, I'd love to get them sooner because I want to take them to Caltrain and BTA.
Okay, great. We can have that arranged.
Sure. Thank you for the question, council member. From the public comment I heard, it sounds like they can use donated passes to expand their geographic area and use the University Parking Avenue passes to University Avenue parking funding to serve that geographic area. If that is true, then I don't think any action needs to
So
occur.
it would be a policy action.
The choice
Yeah,
with the
but not a
organization.
budgetary one.
Right. So I'm only saying that straight from the public comment I heard. So,
Okay, well,
that.
right now, and maybe we, by the time we do the budget wrap up, get clarification, but it sounds promising. That's what it'll take, and maybe it's just when it comes to council on that.
Yeah. If I can, I think the issue that makes it a policy issue is that the administrative funds that are used to pay for the staffing to distribute those passes is paid for out of that funding, even though passes are donated. So that's kind of been the nexus to the downtown areas.
Okay, that sounds. So it might be a minor budget issue, but not overwhelming one.
I mean, I'm not sure that it's a funding issue. It's how we use the funding issue.
Well, but we may be restricted in how we use certain funds, downtown funds beyond the downtown, right? If am I understanding that right?
It depends on the fund source, so you are correct. There are a few, but it's good for us to be cognizant of it, yes.
And I'll just one other note on the PATMA after kind of hearing those stories. I think we really want to look at how we can promote the success of those measures within our community and beyond. Okay, let's see.
Are you ready for motion?
I am.
I move tentative approval of as soon as our deputy clerk puts up the thing, I'll read it quickly. Tentative approval of the proposals from Planning and Transportation. And for our parking lot, I've noted 6 items. And they are to put in a parking lot, please, permitting and inspections, operations reserve, zoning code update, evaluate and recommend strategies to protect natural habitats. This is the bird slave glass, wildlife protection, etc. I'm not reading the entirety of each title. Number 4, to get the ball rolling on the San Antonio Coordinated Area Plan concept. Number 5, to ask our housing ad hoc committee to look at examining our coordinated area plan process. And number 6, clarification on what Councilmember was just talking about, clarification on the administration of the TMA, etc. I don't quite know how to state that one.
On the, we'll call the broadening the geographic area that qualifies for TA passes. Is that close enough? Right.
Did I get everything that we heard from Director Late and Director Cami?
Thanks. So.
And then I just wanted to call to the committee's attention, looking at the full to list. There are 3 areas that the committee have touched on that were on that list that were assigned to PDS. One was the creating affordable housing opportunities funding, such as Housing Land Trust, in particular CalCHA. The second was about regulating short-term rentals. And the third was in relationship to study and development of seismic and resiliency ordinance. So just wanted to point that out.
Downtown.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So appreciate that.
Yes.
I am deferring to Director Late on what his articulated priorities are. There are so many items on this list. And if we are, as a council, trying to urge something upon Director Late, that Director Late is saying he and his team don't have the bandwidth to deal with right now, I'm not going to go that route.
Can I ask one, which is on the size? Now, we started on this some time ago. So where does this proposal fit within where we had left off?
Yeah, thank you. So you're right. We did start this, pick it up. And I believe we have some funding from 150 we got approved for this year that we're going to roll over so that we can get a consultant on. That was intended to cover half a year worth of work for that. So we want to get it up and running and implement create policy options for council to either implement voluntary and or mandatory options for seismic upgrades. So this is to create an ordinance.
This is you need another 75,000.
We will need some money going forward. We don't know how much yet because we have to do an RFP.
Placeholder, the 75 that's here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let me just say that this is like when we look back, if we have a wildfire in the foothills and the massive impacts from that, a pandemic or a big quake, and we go back and say, oh, why didn't we do what we should have done when it was right in front of us that eventually this is going to hit us? We just don't know when. And you can't get it back after that. So I would like to add that into the parking lot.
I'm fine with that.
All right.
Do a second?
Oh.
Right. Yeah. Well, I'm about to say, I want to see if you'll include at least the parking lot. I think it needs a longer discussion, the short-term rentals with the council committee. That was a colleague's memo that I co-authored at the end of last year. It has some good opportunities for affordable housing as well as just kind of tightening an ordinance that had just been passed, just hasn't been enforced. I don't think it'd be a massive lift.
Certainly, as a member of the public, last fall I sat and watched that meeting and appreciate that topic. So yes.
Great, thank you. So I'll second.
And that
Councilmember
missing
Burt,
bullet is
yes,
just-
that was your addition.
Yeah,
Rebecca.
just called seismic upgrade. Or abbreviated form. Yes. Yeah. Right. All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
On time.
I'm impressed.
We're
You
1
guys
minute
are-
behind.
You guys are doing great. So
Thank you.
fantastic work. So we only actually have one more item, not that it's a small, but we do have public safety. So while the clerk is pulling things up, if the chiefs want to start joining us. Thank you.
Hello, chiefs. Hello, chiefs. Yes. All right, we'll give Julie a sec.
Sure.
Here. We are now ready to proceed with public safety. Kylie, did you want to kick it off and then pass the
Sure.
baton?
I thank you for that opportunity, Chair. I am also going to pass to the committee and post this online, the consolidated list of tier 2. Yes. So if you can pass those to your colleagues. Yeah, of course. Yes, thank you. Yes, so we will post this to the website so the general public has this as well. It is simply the council's 2023 priority list in full, all 72, with added any of the items on tier 2 that are not on the priority list, as well as all the dollars, all right. And if we had identified that there were dollars needed, but we aren't recommending that funding, I put an annotation in there. There's obviously way more information that reconciles all this in your attachment C, but just at a high level. You've got everything. Sorry, I couldn't fit it on one page. It's already pretty tiny.
Small font.
Yeah, we're already at font sizes that I'm not used to. So hopefully this is helpful as we continue to move through. With that, I will turn it over to Oscar from OMB, who will kick us off.
Good afternoon, Chair Burt and members of the committee. My name is Oscar Murillo. I'm with the Office of Management and Budget and here to present our next item, which is public safety as a city service area. Public safety is quite often our most visible staff members that we have in the public. They quite literally work with life and death situations. And 3 departments, fire, police, and emergency services, comprise 100 million, 41% of our general fund expenditures. Next slide, please. It's primarily in the general fund, which is total of about 100 million, which is an increase of 11% from the prior year, and about 8 FTE increase split among the 3 departments. They also manage the Law Enforcement Services Fund, which is referred to as the COPS Fund, primarily the police department. It's the citizens' option for public safety. It is will house the grant from the state of the same. In December of 2022, we received $170,000, which was used on things such as overtime, work services, shields, and conductive electrical weapons, also known as TERS. We also housed opioid settlement revenue, which is $44,000, and the officer wellness grant from the state, which is about $47,000. And it is showing about $48,000 increase from year to year. And next slide, please. We'll turn it over to our fire chief, Blackshack.
Good afternoon. My name is Gio Blackshack. I'm the fire chief here in Palo Alto. This is really loud. Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Burt and Finance Committee. First and foremost, I do have some comments to make, but I do want to thank you for your continued support and for this opportunity to present our budget proposals for fiscal year 24. I'd also like to thank you for your support and from city staff. For the first time in 4 years, the vacancies in our administrative staff are full, and now we are able to align with our strategic plan and improve the service to this community from the fire department. I'd also like to report that we have 13 new recruits in the fire academy, and they'll have a positive impact on the mandatory overtime issue that I spoke of last year this time. On the topic of hiring, I want to mention that in 2020, there was a civil grand jury report that addressed 4 fire departments and counties, specifically women in the fire service. And at that time, we had 5 women in our fire department, and today we have 11. So that's 120% increase in 2 years. So that's something I wanted to let you know, to follow up on that. And we are still pulling from the SAFER grant to staff some of the positions in the fire department. I also wanted to thank the council for the work you've done on the labor agreements, which is a significant action to help with the retention and retention of firefighters in the city. Reinforcing what I already know is that Palo Alto is a wonderful place to work, and the Palo Alto Fire Department is a destination fire department. During the fiscal year proposal budget study session on May 1st, which was Monday, Mayor Koo asked the Finance Committee to allow me to update the Midtown Fire Station 4, specifically why Fire Station 4 is not staffed with a fire engine. I'll try to be concise in the explanation, but it's not easy, quick answer. And I asked that I will be concise as I present the reasoning and explanation. But this information is necessary to address Mayor Koo's inquiry. The current model that we have is a result of budget cuts that impacted the fire department's resources over years. In 2012, we had 27 daily firefighters, and of that, we had 1 full-time ambulance and 1 12-hour ambulance. In 2013, we took a rescue out of service permanently, 27 daily firefighters and 2 full-time ambulances. At that time, I was the operations chief, and I was told to take a unit out of service. I decided to take the rescue out of service because by doing that, we still kept the fire engine in every station. We call that water, so we'll say we have water in every station. In 2018, due to the ratification of the Stanford contract, 11 firefighter positions were eliminated. We were down to 24 daily firefighters and 1 full-time ambulance and 1 12-hour ambulance staff with overtime. This is when our mandatory overtime problem kicked in. In 2020, due to the pandemic, 5 firefighter positions were frozen, and we still had 24 firefighter positions, but over 93% of the time, that number went down to 21 because we had to round out Station 2, and when it was targeted, it was taken out of service. The 2020 model is not sustainable, so we redeployed our resources in 2021 after the 5 front positions were eliminated. This model accomplished several goals. Every fire station was staffed with personnel 24/7, 365. Station 2 was no longer browned out. And we were able to staff 3-time full ambulances to minimize the reliance of county ambulance coming in Palo Alto to transport our patients. Before our patients were getting to the hospital faster. We no longer our fire staff engines, or we no longer cross-staffed our engines with ambulances. However, the impacts included taking an engine 2 out of service and engine 4 out of service, 64 out of service. We put a 2-person squad at Station 2. And that's when we removed the engine from Fire Station 4, and we put a full-time ambulance at Fire Station 4. Today, we are down 21 daily firefighters plus 3 full-time ambulances. Now, remember in 2012, when I was asked to take, 2012, we had 27 daily firefighters and 1.5 ambulances, and 25 of those personnel were on units that were not ambulances. Now we're down to 17 and 3 full-time ambulances. The good news is that the service to the community has been seamless because our crews are out there dedicated to providing the service every day and every night, meeting our response time and providing our community with excellent service that not only they deserve, but they expect. What they don't see is that we have fewer firefighters doing more work as our call volume increases. In 2019, we were at 7,900 calls. That was pre-COVID. And last year we had 8,400 calls, and they're starting to tick back up to pre-COVID or right after pre-COVID, which was about 9,100 calls. Having 3 full-time ambulances is a sustainable model for EMS, but we've taken the resources from suppression side to right-size our EMS. Because of that, we lost capabilities for emergency response, non-emergent calls for service, training, inspections, and public ed. Engine 64 was not taken out of service because it was a better way of doing business or because it was more efficient or effective. It was taken out of service because it is my responsibility and obligation as the fire chief to provide the best fire and EMS service with resources I am afforded. And for now, with what I have at my disposals, this is it. Because of our current staffing numbers, not only is Engine 64 out of service, but it will be the 3rd summer that we will not be able to participate in the state mutual aid system to help other communities across this county and the state, well, county we have, but across the state that are burdened by the increased wildfire threat. You may recall earlier when I was tasked with taking a unit of service in 2013, my goal was to have water at every station. I no longer have that option because we had to use fire resources to right-size our EMS model. And now what seemed like was essential in 2013, and it feels like a luxury. Good fortune has been on our side. As you may be aware, the most recent fires that we responded to were in Midtown. And our team responded quickly and within our response time stand and safely engaged in suppression activities. I want to ensure you and the public that the model we currently have is working. And our team is able to serve that community effectively, which is why I say that the service is seamless. And whenever they call PFD, we respond effectively and within our response model. But the model does not show that it takes a toll on our service that I would prefer to provide, as well as the toll that takes on our firefighters that are doing more work with fewer people and fire engines and units that are not ambulances. So with that, Engine 64 is not based on the apparatus like Koo had mentioned might be the case. It's just a matter of positions. So that is the answer to Mayor Koo's inquiry about fires. And it may be not just that, but because of the fires that have been current in that district, I've getting inquiries not only from the mayor, but from citizens around the city. So we can move on to the next slide, please. So the community impact, the fire department will dedicate staffing towards annual fire, life safety inspections, continue to recruit a diverse recruitment or candidate pool, hire and train new firefighters, and upgrade equipment and facilities in order to provide tools needed to protect the life and property of Palo Alto residents and visitors. Our major proposed changes in general fund, we are looking to add 2 fire and life safety inspectors to resume state mandated annual inspection program funded through current municipal fees. Add 0.96 FTE hourly positions to support training, fire academies, water rescue, active shooter, and other technical rescue upgrades, as well as a wellness toolkit. Next slide. Outlook, maintain current emergency medical response and ambulance transport services, continue to recruit, hire, and train new firefighters to maintain staffing, resume and dedicate staff towards state mandated fire and life safety inspections, invest equipment and facilities, ensuring crews have tools required to safely conduct rescue activities, conduct safety with public works, and identify future training facility actions, and enhance firefighter accessibility to mental health and wellness resources. So just to go over real quick, not to take too much time, but I wanted to talk about the wellness first. I won't talk about the numbers, or I actually refuse to talk about the numbers of firefighter suicides over the year. But what I do want to express is that 94% of the firefighters that have suicidal tendencies do not commit suicide when they have access to proper resources. So that's where that is addressed. When it comes to the inspectors, we're asking for the 2 positions because we do have 1,000 state mandated inspections. Many times when this topic comes up, you hear about this ghost fire that was 2016 in Oakland, where there was 36 fatalities in a warehouse. And what that did, so with the state mandated occupancies, what regulated was a Senate bill to make sure that the outcome of our inspections and reporting on that is formal and in front of our constituents as well as governing body to know where we are with that. And we are looking forward to increasing our staff so we can meet that requirement and have more effect on our community risk reduction efforts. In regards to the hourlies, what we're looking for is part-time hourly annuitants to come in and assist with the academy. Typically, when we have an academy, we have a joint fire academy, and we're committed to provide staff to that academy. And instead of taking someone offline, be that liaison, they can stay online. We don't have to backfill them, saving overtime hours, but instead we would have hourly be the liaison between the fire department. And for the facilities, that is the we have a training center at the Fire Station 6. We are under no obligation to contract to maintain that training tower. And so we would like to conduct a feasibility study with Public Works to determine where a reasonable place to put a training tower be should Stanford decide to move the fire station or not maintain a building where we do our fire training. And when the last one is the rescue technical equipment, which includes water rescue equipment, as you saw from the floods. And actually, not only does the equipment to be replaced, but right now the equipment we have is only fit for men. And also a civil grand jury report, they asked to make sure that all our equipment is suitable for men and women. And as you saw in the floods, we definitely need to be prepared to respond to these type of emergencies. In addition, there's also to update our active shooter gear with the vest that we wear and a tactical force to work with PD, and the devices, the mask fit test, which makes sure that our firefighters have masks that are effective. And we also use that machine with our utilities department, also have to wear masks to make sure that they have a tight seal so they don't inhale toxins when wearing these protective equipment. And that is the report from fire.
Thank you. So I think we'll go ahead and have the reports from all three departments, then we'll hear from the public, and then we'll have our group questions. Who would like to go?
Thank you. I believe that OES is up next, and thanks to Chief Blackshear and thanks to Chief Bitter for being such great partners. As you know, our little Office of Emergency Services kind of physically, metaphysically in between not only the fire services, but supporting of all other staff. So just a little case study. I want to thank the Utilities Department for having me in yesterday, was it the day before, to do active shooter training. So Chief Blackshear alludes to all hazards. So I want to fine point on that as we go into my slides. As Councilmember Burt, Chair Burt here well knows, thanks again for the opportunity. We don't have the luxury of picking one hazard. And as we make difficult fiscal decisions, sometimes, as Chief Blackshear just alluded to, we have to pay the price later. You pay now or pay me later. And that's certainly true when it comes to public safety and risk planning and assessment. So I certainly appreciate the balanced approach to this, understanding that at some point we do have to correct these things. Go to the next slide and we'll get in line. Short, sweet. I'm only asking for one thing, which we alluded to last budget cycle when we made restorals in PD and fire. And I took a pass on asking for something, but this year I'm asking to add an emergency services coordinator, one FTE. This was actually going back to, I believe it was 2010, 2011 FY, when we had an outside consultant by Marietta Chacos and help us with the structure of public safety and the creation of OES itself. In that report, strongly recommended to have 2 emergency service coordinators. We only have 1 at this time. So the bench strength is not only for OES and succession planning and the fact that all of our staff in OES are eligible to retire any minute. But moreover, the role of OES when we're in a crisis is not to run everything ourselves, but instead to support the city manager, support the other city staff in operating in a crisis, whether that is through a formal EOC, Emergency Operations Center activation, or really using our day-to-day management tools, executive leadership team, and so forth. And by adding this position, again, the bench strength euphemism comes into play because it gives us a little more horsepower and frankly, sustainability. As we saw during the floods that Chief Blackshear just alluded to, those were 24-hour cycle events and they went for multiple days. And frankly, we just didn't have the human resources to everybody staying awake. There were nights when I told Mr. Shikata, hey, I'll sleep with my phone turned on by my head. And if anything happens, I'll be that person. But we all know that that's not necessarily sustainable. The other thing, bigger picture, is that there's a fair bit of fatigue, not only within our staff, but throughout really the state of California, probably the nation, from the sustained operations of the pandemic, the increase in violence or other critical incidents that we're seeing, including wildland fire and so forth. So adding a little more strength to OES, in my measured opinion, is a wise investment, and I strongly encourage you to approve it. Next slide. A little bit about our outlook into the next FY. Gio alluded to this. We're already seeing an uptick in calls for service in public safety, and Chief Bender is going to add a more flavor to that. One of the things that really drives risk in our community actually not be apparent, but it's fun things. It's planned special events, dignitary visits, all these things that we do and we love about our community, but come with inherent risk, because as you bring people into any geography, you're adding the potential of something to go wrong, or heaven forbid, somebody to be targeted. So that returns us to a very high level operational tempo, deployment of our mobile emergency operations center. That's already starting to pick up, and other indicators such as that. So that's come on the operational side, and a lot of effort on planning these multi-year efforts. Everything on the board as far as plans there, local hazard mitigation plan and the foothill safety plans, those are all county-driven initiatives as far as timing, but each local respective jurisdiction has their to play. We're going to see all of those be concluded on the county planning cycle within the next calendar year, we anticipate. And finally, I know Chief Bender has some on this, so I'll keep it short. Chief Blackshear and I are both tenants in the building, but we have a fair bit of new technology in that public safety building, including what I intend to be a very impressive and functional operations center, emergency operations center. So there's a whole lot of work that they're doing, and I'm excited to bring that online as soon as possible in partnership with Public Works and our other team members. So that's the end of my presentation. I'll hand it over to Chief Bender.
All right. I actually want to start off by echoing the sentiments and gratitude of Chief Blackshear for the council's actions, not only the last 5 months, but over this fiscal year that we're currently in supporting us in our personnel endeavors to recruit and retain, our equipment needs, our technology needs, and also the council's recognition and support of how important training is, and how better educated and better trained people are not only better for the department, but the community that we serve. So I just wanted to share that. I'm very grateful for that. We can go to the next slide. I'm not going to just go off the slide verbatim. I wanted to let the committee know kind of what was the thought going into our budget ask for this year from the police department. And it's really twofold. The first is that there's been a lot of community listening sessions, community engagement, town halls that we've participated in together. And of course, the council priorities setting and the listening sessions that are on with that community. And so we've tried to take those and put those together in our asks about what we want to bring forward to this community and better serve this community during this next fiscal year. The second thing is we want to be mindful and we want to be prudent in what we're asking for and how we leverage what we can actually do. And so the items that we have before you, I believe we can accomplish, and they're doable. And while potentially some would say the sky's the limit and do dream big in the police department, I want to be prudent and mindful about how to move forward in this year. Looking at some of the major proposed changes, bullet points, I'll highlight just a couple of that first. Second bullet point about this is I'll call it a neutral add to the budget, and that there's money that the city is in receipt of that we'd like to put towards hiring in 2 PERT clinicians through Behavioral Health Services Santa Clara County. We've seen the value of the PERT program when we were part of the project with Behavioral Health Services. Unfortunately, that PERT clinician isn't with us anymore. The police department did keep the officer component of that PERT program. And so going into our next year, starting in June, he still does not have what we'll call patrol responsibilities. His main focus is PERT. And so we want to not only pair him with a PERT clinician. We're dreaming big. We would like 2 PERT clinicians that would give us 2 teams, 7-week coverage. We just know that it'll be valuable here. We've also heard from our community and others the traffic concerns and traffic safety in this community. We're asking to add 2 officer FTE positions to be specifically placed into our traffic team. Preparing for this ramp up, we designated one of our sergeants, supervisor, back to solo traffic duties. And so our community has likely already seen a Palo Alto cop on a motorcycle out in the community, working some of our hot spots, writing tickets, monitoring traffic. Like to augment that and add two more officers to that team. We have an admin associate ask. That was a position that went away in the summer of 2020. There's a number of administrative functions and oversight that position would do. It really helps with our checks and balances. There's also community engagement and outreach component to that. Community engagement has been something very big for the police department over the last year. Next slide, please. Actually, one bullet point you won't see on this slide, but that is in your tier 2. We also would like 2 dispatchers added. Pre-COVID, we had a cadre or strength of 20 dispatchers. Right now, we're at 18. The council has been great and working with us to get back up to that number to 18. The recruiting for dispatchers is going really well, and even to have some vacancies there, I'm very encouraged by some of the interest to include laterals from other dispatching centers that are interested in coming over. Those are great because they're plug and play and they're a trained commodity. And so we would like to add 2 to get it back up to 20, which was our pre-COVID numbers. Next slide, please. I've spoken to a few of these points. We're excited and grateful for the support of council and the community for our public safety building. I'm told that it'll be finished by the end of this year. That's my hope. You never with construction, but I know Public Work is doing a fantastic job, and I'm grateful to Brad Eggleston and his team. We will continue. Chair Burt, you've talked about pipeline. We'll continue to recruit and retain, and there's a lot of emphasis on that. We know that from start to solo beat officer, we call it, that's an officer in a black and white marked patrol car driving by themselves, serving community. It's anywhere from 15 to 18 months. I'll also point out that our dispatchers are very similar from date of hire to where they're on their own and working with those stations. It's over a year, but it's so important to continue in those efforts. That's on our high on our plan. We're going to continue our community engagement. The town halls have been great. The visits to Kiwanis and other community associations here have been great. We want to open up Citizens Police Academy. We've started up what we call Breaking with the Law. It's sort of coffee with a cop, and we're going to continue in those endeavors. I think that covers it. Let me just actually hit a very top point, because I know that was in a staff report recently to discuss at our race and as part of our race and equity updates. The police department is finishing and very close to releasing a RIPA portal webpage where our community can go look at our aggregated data collected during 2022. It's going to be interactive. It's going to have all the information on it. We're excited about it. It's going to be a really good thing, and that's coming out very shortly. Thank you.
Thank you. So before we go into our questions, we'll see if we have members of the public who would like to speak on this item.
We have no one to speak.
Okay. Who would like to go first? Here.
Great, thank you. And first, because I think it's the first time we have 3 of you in a room, just want to acknowledge and thank you. I mean, it's been such a crazy year from the very beginning with the storms and the flooding, major structural fires, to some serious crimes that we don't see too often. And the response from all of your departments have just been absolutely incredible. I've been so impressed by the solve rate for some of these major crimes over the last few years. The fire department's response. I was there the morning of the Bill's fire and talked to a few of the fire personnel, and just so big appreciation for that. Kudos to all of you and your departments. I know it's a challenging year, but you're doing a great job. So thank you. And so my questions kind of all over the place here. So first, on the tier 2 funding request on those 2 public safety dispatchers, does Stanford cost share those? Because I know they share services with our dispatch center, correct? So is some of that offset by Stanford, or is that already expressed in the budget?
So I would refer to OMB or Kylie for the exact breakdown, but Stanford does cost share for dispatching services that we do provide to them. I'm not sure the exact percentage. So like Oscar maybe getting it.
Yes, give us a second.
Okay, we'll come back to that. And then, since this is related, as far as the offset, do we know the offset from Stanford and Valley Water for the tier 2, the water recycling fire equipment. The water recycling, fire training equipment. Because I know the report said it's offset, but I don't think, but didn't say how much.
Paul Harper with the Office Management Budget. For the capital equipment, that's usually around 16% of the offset. That's part of the excuse me, contract that we have with Stanford. So 60% of whatever the total is would be the offset on the cost there.
Okay, so what we see in here shows the full price, and then we'll.
You seen that?
Yeah.
Then on to. So here, I don't know who this question's directed to, but I'd be curious to at least hear, Chief Bender, your thoughts. So going to tier 2, $800,000 EV replacement of the city fleet. I don't believe that includes police vehicles in that. And I'm curious, I don't know, has the police department looked into the possibility of at least a pilot program of replacement of EV vehicles? I'm sure you're aware Fremont, a lot of other, well, I don't know a lot, but at least 3 others that I was able to find in my research, police departments have been piloting EV vehicles and really showing that not only from a cost savings perspective, but actually a performance function as well, that they are outperforming traditional gas powered.
I'm aware as well of some of those agencies. I think we've spoken about it anecdotally. I'm not sure if it's gone beyond that. We would be interested if that's a feasible option. Obviously, it need to be explored, but we're open to that.
Okay, I think that'd be interesting to have that conversation when we go back to the $100 for the EV replacement and a one car pilot within the police department would not be a huge chunk of that. I know Fremont, they've got a great website that the police department has laid out fact sheets and everything else on their pilot program, along with costs and everything else. So happy to share that with anybody who's interested. And then continuing with you, Chief Bender, the 2 police officers for the traffic enforcement, does that, I wasn't quite sure, does that mean hiring on 2 police officers, or does that mean a lateral transfer within the department to full-time traffic?
Yeah, good question. So we had a traffic team before 2020. We've cut that. So because that no longer exists in our org chart budget, that have to be a build back. Now, of course, we'd have hire the people to make sure that, or the officers to make sure that we could support that. It would come from senior officers within the department that would want to test, but it is a budget add. It's new.
Okay, so we'll be going from 54 sworn to 56.
I believe we're at 84, and that would take us up to 86 sworn.
Oh, okay.
And pre-pandemic, we were 92 when we had the traffic team.
Great, sorry. So I'm confused then on the sworn numbers here on the org chart, 54 police agents / officer. That's page 322. So I guess the 80 is including other, all sworn, not just officers.
Yes, sir. So it counts me down, that number.
Great, thank you. So does that mean, you know, you've talked a lot about, that means we hire somebody 18 to 24 months is the wait time, but not necessarily hiring these 2 people who are going to come on into traffic enforcement teams. So do you envision traffic enforcement being able to start up pretty much immediately, or are we going to have to wait until those 2 officers are fully on board before you start rearranging?
I'm going to not give you an answer that really answers it. It depends. You know, I have 9 officers in the field training program, and so they count within that 84 that we currently have. They're not contributing to the patrol, and we have minimum staffing. When I can meet those needs and minimum staffing and meet our patrol needs, because that's the primary resource for the police department, is handling those 911 and those calls for service. When I feel that we have a steady supply of officers and that have the coverage that's appropriate, then we can look at adding that. I would say that if you gave me those, it's definitely not going to happen right off the bat. But we're continuing to point earlier to recruit and to retain. And of course, it's our goal to be able to do that during this fiscal year, and the sooner the better.
And Councilmember Lowing was asking on Monday night where 2 was enough to be able to really restore the traffic enforcement team.
So I think it is, and I'll just take a quick second to raise, something else hearing in our community is these brazen crimes, which you touched on. And bike and foot patrols and visible police presence. And I didn't specifically ask for even 2 additional officers for that. Because again, I want to be prudent and leverage what we think we can accomplish. I will point out though that in the past, the council has given the police department a bucket of money that we've used to supplement. You know, we could do a bike or patrol on an overtime basis with officers. We did that with our special problems detail leading up to this fiscal year where we included it in the budget, and now they're full-time back built in. And so if that's something that the finance committee or the council is interested in, I'm certainly open to having those discussions. I think it would be a win for the department and the community and council.
Great. And we've talked a lot about increasing diversity in the police force. Great to hear fire department doing so well on recruiting more female firefighters. And according to the IPA, at least anecdotally, it seems like we're making progress in the area of having a more diverse department. Is more funding required? I mean, how helpful would additional funding be able to maybe effectuate that goal? Is that something that can be done through being appropriated more funds?
The council approved POPs funds for recruiting. It was a substantial chunk. I believe it was 90,000 recently. I think that's enough right now. I'm really encouraged with our ability to recruit diverse applicants. If you're following me on Twitter, we just had a graduate a couple Fridays ago, but before that, I mean, our hires over the last year, you can see them on there, and we're really happy with the progress we're making.
Wonderful. And I appreciate your dedication to PERP program and other alternative models. I'm hopeful. I've been in contact with Supervisor Smithion's office to make sure that funding continues and hopefully expanded. And I'm pretty hopeful for that. So glad to see you feel confident that we have resources in place that if that expansion happens, we can go with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a priority for me. And even though we have earmarked the officer and the org chart for a second PERT, we're going to do it, and we're not going to pass up on a program like that, and we're going to make it happen. And if the county wants to come forward with funds to support that, great. If not, we took the initiative to earmark these funds from Stanford, and we want to move that ball forward and get going.
Perfect. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Oh, and if I may, Ms. Mayor Stone, we have a confirmation that the revenue offset from Stanford for the 2 dispatchers is 16%, which is approximately $50,000 of the $318,000, which brings it just short of $267,000.
Sorry, what's called the water cycling fire train equipment. Do we know the offset from Stanford and Valley Water on that?
The Stanford piece is already included in there. The Valley Water is an estimate.
Okay.
And but that's not included in there.
Great.
If the committee chooses to put the dispatchers on the list, that was we'll fix the numbers in alignment with what Oscar said.
Thanks. Julie?
Thank you. First, I want to thank each of you for your leadership and for your service and for the service of all the people who report up to you. We're so fortunate to have you in these roles in our city. Chief Blackshire, there was a recent fire in a portion of Cubberley. I believe it was Area B. And we learned the owner of the building was not notified in fashion they felt was timely. There was some frustration about that, which led me to wonder, how is it that you go about determining who owns a parcel of land or a dwelling or a building that has sustained a fire? And how quickly after you respond to the fire, are you able to determine the ownership and then notify them? Obviously, if it's a single family home, you can tell who owns it typically quickly, but when it's a little bit less clear, how do you do that?
That information we usually get from dispatchers. It's in that, so we call that a building responsible, the person to contact, and that's usually requested shortly after the fire is not necessarily not completely out, but it's after all the activity is done, and then we're going into overhaul, and now we get to focus on some of the other logistics besides suppression. So at that time, we would request to get the information from the building responsible.
Okay, thank you. I note that you have 3 items in our tier 2 list. And we've received, there are far more items on the list than we have funds for. So we're making these difficult decisions. And I wonder if you're able to look at the 3 that pertain to fire and let us know how you feel about each of them. How high a priority are they for you?
So the highest, I'll start. The highest priority right now with the tier 2 is the fire utility task vehicle, the UTV. And I'll explain why. There's been much more activity in the foothills in regards to occupancy and visitors. And it's not a high frequency type unit that we would utilize, but the goal is to have that available to the crews up there to access hikers that get down that our vehicles cannot access. We have tools that can help carry equipment to get to that, but what we have done in the past is we typically will call for Woodside. They have a similar vehicle, and we'll have them either come to assist or in some cases help come find the hiker, because we just can't, when you don't know where you're going, you can't just carry all that equipment around when we don't have access. So that's why this would be very valuable. Again, it wouldn't be high frequency, but the times that we would have liked to use it, it wasn't available. Unfortunately, we have neighbors that have something like that, but we feel that we should have something that's readily available for our personnel up there to have accessible, not only carry the personnel equipment, but also the patient to an ambulance to transport it to the hospital should that be needed.
Okay, thank you. So the other two items, the fire services dispatch software, data dashboard, and the water recycling fire training equipment are items that you're not strongly advocating for right now?
Not at this time, because we were advised by PD Technical Services Department, which we work collaboratively for CAD system and radios. They gave us the impression that they may have a solution for what we're trying to accomplish with this. So we are definitely more interested in looking at something internal that would be, something so close to home, but also saves money. But so there's a need there. And plus, as you saw in the bullet point from PD, have intentions to put a new CAD system, and we believe that we'll be able to get some of that information out of the provider for the CAD system. So we'd actually like to see what we can get from that first before we just dive forward in this ask.
Terrific. Thank you. Chief Duker, thanks for the critical incident training. Appreciated that. Scared me, but I felt empowered afterwards. I had no particular questions for you. Thank you. Chief Binder, my ride along with David Lee was really eye-opening. I'm a better driver now as a result of watching who pulled over that night. I'm delighted to see you doubling down on PERT. Really exciting that you're going to keep that going and get it to 7 days a week. I notice in your budget request that you project on page 228, there's a chart that has the number of police calls for service. And the projected number of calls for this fiscal year was 54,000, which is like a 35% increase over actuals in both 22 and 21. And I noticed that your estimated actuals for this year are only 45,000, but you've put 54,000 again into your proposal for 24. So I'm just wondering, why do we think there's going to be such a huge jump in projected calls?
It's a good question. I mean, it's always, projected. And so we never know. We know that pre-pandemic, we were at between 50 and 55,000 calls for service. We know that's coming up.
Okay.
We know that included in that marker is where our traffic stops. And if we bring back the traffic team, we know that will also impact that number.
Okay, great. That makes sense. Thank you. I'm interested in K9 units, their utility and potential dangers associated. I wasn't able to put my fingers on the K9 unit. I feel like I've read somewhere that we have 2. Please help me understand what we have by way of K9 units and what they cost.
We have currently 1.
Okay.
And then within the budget is 1 line item for 15,000, I believe.
Okay.
And that covers vet bills, food, training, those kind of things.
Okay. Where would I find that? I saw, it's not animal control. Those are different animals, not our trained animals. Could you point me to where the line item for the canines would be?
If I could get some help from Owen, I'd appreciate it.
Of course. And at that level, Paul, I don't think there's a specific line. It would be in the departmental expense category.
Yeah, it would most likely be under the contract services or general expenses line. And then by division, I'm assuming it would be in field services, but we can dig a little bit more.
I'm happy to get that at a later date when you're able. Thank you. RIPA, the RIPA website. I was delighted to hear you report out on that. And I'm curious, what are you planning to do to facilitate the public's understanding that the information is available and what it means?
Good question. So, we'll advertise it on, we've created a dedicated RIPA webpage. I know the city manager has put it in his council notes. I know that Megan Horgan Taylor has broadcasted it and put it in some of her community outreach, and we'll continue to put it out on our social media. The data that we're going to presenting is data in aggregate, so it's only one component of it. And as we've previewed in our race and equity updates, is we're actively working with subject matter experts, data analysis, data scientists to examine that data and to tell the story. We know that data in and of itself without context is just data. You can't learn from data in its aggregate. And so we want to learn from that data, and we want to work with experts in the field who can help us understand that. That's our endeavor.
Great. Thank you for that. I did just follow you on Twitter since you asked, or since you mentioned.
I now have 8 followers. Thank you.
I followed you from 2 different accounts, so.
Good night.
You're welcome. And this is a question for all 3 of you, 2 questions for all 3 of you. I noticed there's a tier 2 request, as we've discussed, for increasing public safety dispatcher staffing, which is partially offset by funds from Stanford. I'm assuming this is a high priority for all 3 of you. Is this something you would like us to fund, or is it a lower level? Some of the directors have acknowledged that some of the tier 2 items really have come from council and they're really more like tier 3. So we have tough decisions to make. So is this something you'd like us to fund?
I'll let you Blackshire, more operational for him. I just say from OES, the EOC is literally next door to the dispatch center, and it will be a new building as well.
Yeah.
I have great admiration for people who work in the communication center, and again, just our physical proximity, we tend to literally bump into them in the hall a lot. I would strongly advocate that. I use the phrase bench strength on a day-to-day basis. We're running between the 3rd and 4th busiest 911 center in the county out of there. And most people in our community don't know how busy it is. Mm-hmm. And as I alluded to in my presentation, it's busy because of all the people who come here, not because we have inherent bad things going on all the time. So I strongly support it as a fellow member of public safety staff, but I'll defer to Chief Blackshire for operations.
Yeah, I'll keep it short, but I definitely support that. Anything that would help shore up the team down there. Again, I do have admiration for the team that's down there, and can't speak enough about their role on our success. And very few dispatch centers that I know in the region are fully staffed. It's really challenging to get those staffed because it's a difficult job. Yeah. It takes a lot of training, a lot of discipline, and to be quite honest, a lot of courage to pull that job off and work a 24/7 shift like that. And a lot of the shifts are taken with overtime because they have trouble staffing. So additional staff available and the opportunity to get some laterals over that already know the job, that can come in and do a good job and support us, I would support that.
And I'll just add, and I just want to thank both public safety chiefs for their support. They're great partners with the dispatch center. I'll add the other thing that 20 allows us to do is mentor and train and improve the skill set within that department on top of everything else you heard from them. That's what we'd like to do.
Okay, thank you. My final question is really related to something I learned from, do you have a battalion chief whose first name is Sean? Shane.
Yes.
Okay. A few of us were on a panel at the Mitchell Park Community Center a month or so ago, talking at the community, to youth about roles in the state. And Chief Shane mentioned that there used to be an Explorer program, which facilitated our youth in understanding and appreciating the work of the fire department. They had shifts, they had something they wore, they got to ride in the vehicles. And Councilmember Burt was mentioning how important it is that youth in our region appreciate the high quality jobs that are available in utilities or public works or what have you. And I think public safety falls into that same bucket. Too many of our kids are thinking, I need to be a software engineer, and we need software engineers, but we also need firefighters and emergency service responders and police officers. And so it's not in the budget for this year, but I understand there was a time when we had funds to develop youth, to potentially grow an interest in these fields and maybe even have a long pipeline to recruitment one day from our very own. And so I just wonder, was there ever such a thing in the police department and in emergency services? And would there be an interest in such a thing in years to come? Is this something that's viable to bring back to our city, both for the sake of y'all being able to mentor you, which is very rewarding, I think, in and of itself, but also literally to expose more of our youth to the opportunities and important work that happens in the name of public service?
So yes, we did have a program. It was an Explorer program for high school students. Most of the students were Palo Alto students in Palo Alto. And that went away several, I don't know exactly what year ago, but it was several years ago. And Chief Yarbrough, Shane Yarbrough, was one of the personnel that maintained that program for quite some time. And we just had an administrative staff retreat workshop recently, and that is something that we put as an action item to try and bring that back, because we understand the value of not only that, for the students to participate in events here representing the fire department, but also providing first aid was really meaningful. It was meaningful to the community, for the parents, for the students, and then the school themselves. So our goal is to put it back together. Chief Yarbrough is going to lead that effort, and to see what is a sustainable program. And to be quite honest, what we're trying to do with the 13 that we have in the academy to fill these positions and vacancies, believe it or not, that's tied to because of the vacancies and the crews that are getting the mandatory overtime, having to work, that getting, quote unquote, the term you'll hear is burned out. Once we fix that problem and we get more personnel where they feel like they have capacity to be effective in these programs, that's when we're going to shore it up. So we really want to bring back this program even better than it was, because we feel we have the resource for that. But once we get that done, we're going to, make it really appealing and hope that we have the bandwidth to keep that thing going. But it was a really great program. And Chief Yarbrough even spoke at the retreat that he still runs into students. We actually hired one. We have one that actually works in the fire department. That's part of the Explorer program. But he ran into several physicians out of the program, because not only is it a great program for the community, but it actually looks really good on college resumes. And also, it also exposes students to the fire service that never thought that this was a job for them, because that's one of the challenges. It's always, rarely do we put, I'll use just one as the demographic. Whenever it's Halloween or you talk about firefighters, rarely do people put their daughters in firefighter outfits or costumes and say, this is something you can be when you grow up. And, women that we have now, they see the value in that, on being mentors and being seen. And when we go out to the public, they see when firefighters and actually something triggers and say, that's something I can do. So there's a lot of value in that program.
We had it as well, and unfortunately it was cut. So it'd be something we would be interested in. It'll take capacity and finances, but there's value in it. One of the things that I really liked about the program is we not only drew youth from Palo Alto, but we drew youth from East Palo Alto and the surrounding area. And it was great to have just that cross section of youth who were interested in law enforcement.
Yeah, Emergency Services supported the PD program. I was one of the instructors, and actually ran into the other day a former Explorer who's now a police officer with the City of East Palo Alto Police Department. So we, just like Gio said, we do have these seats planned in the community. It'd be great to restart that kind of effort when budget permits.
Thanks so much. I'm finished. Thank you.
I'll just add on that the Explorer programs, unlike regular scouting, are co-ed, and so it helps that gender diversity as well. Question on the dispatch. Are we fully staffed at the 18 authorized now?
I believe we have 4 vacancies that we're working on.
So in addition to the additional 2 authorizations, how do you see as the ability of staff get up to fully all the authorized positions staffed?
Yeah, I'm hopeful and I'm confident we can do it. Like I said, just last couple months through the efforts of our comm manager, her network, TSD director, and her network, we have this influx of apps and interest come in, and I think we can do it.
And I guess we're breaking a cycle, because one of the things that I generally understand, tell me if this is correct, that we're understaffed and people are having to work overtime. It's a less desirable place to work. And so once we kind of break that cycle, it actually helps recruitment. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Yeah. And being able to, for the future of recruiting and retention as we go, as people retire, attrition, whatever, to have a dispatch center that's fully staffed, to your point, and allows for mentoring, training opportunities, growth within the job. All those things are good.
Good. And on the program, whether it's the 1 or 2, can you review for me? Initially that was county funded, and the requests that you have. Are you saying, are we still pursuing additional county funding, but you're saying that even if we don't get it, we want to put it in the budget ourselves? Is that the short of it?
Yeah, it's confusing. And actually just through Vice Mayor Stone, it came to my attention that looks like the county may be trying to fund PERT. So let me just back up. Alto was fortunate enough to, to participate in this test program with the county. So we got per clinician. That money was always due to run out in June of this year. And so it was gonna be on. Originally, the county had told us there's not gonna be any more money. This is going months back. And if you want a per clinician, other cities had stepped forward that weren't part of the pilot program, said, hey, we'll give you money. You hire them, they work for you, we'll basically pay them. So we thought that was a good alternative because of the value of the program. And so we pursued that, and we found that money from Stanford, where we believe we can fund those 2 clinicians without money coming out of the city's budget, so to speak. But what I just found out a couple of days ago from Vice Mayor Stone is it looks like county may be also funding per clinician. And if they do that, of course, we'll take them up on their offer.
So I wasn't aware of the Stanford funding. So whether it's either of those two buckets, that's great. What's the Stanford funding?
Kylie, can you help me out here?
Of course, it's the SUMC funding.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, so that would
yeah.
allow for a few
Yeah.
years. And if there was grant funding that came through, then we would likely look at obviously saving SUMC funding to extend anything.
Yeah, got it.
Let me just say one more thing, Councilmember Burt. PERT is the wave of the future, and whether Stanford's paying for it, the county's paying for it, to Kylie's point, there's going to be grant funding out there, and I believe that there's going to be money to be had. We just need to plant that seed and keep planting it and growing here.
Well, and as we're looking at this tier 2 set of expenditures, we want to do that program, and we want to figure out whether that limits what else we can do or not. Greer, do you, on the county level, do we have any idea, or either you or Chief, when we might have word from the county on whether they're going to fund this?
Well, it's in the proposed budget now. I think they're going into budget hearings pretty much same time as us. So we know probably right around the time that we'll be adopting the final budget.
Good. Well, that was my hope, because then we can make a decision on whether we use our tier dollars for this or something else. Then on the, I just did want to note on the EVs for patrol cars, they've also got this advantage of their super high performance. And, one of the great advantages of the motorcycles is just their acceleration when needed. And these vehicles rival that.
Yeah, you probably noted there was a McLaren stolen a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
So
chase that down.
There you go.
And then I hadn't realized that we had brought back one of our traffic enforcement officers. I don't see him yet. I will say that I fully support this. We see over the years ebbs and flows in violations of traffic laws in the community. And I think right now we're back to an epidemic of stop sign running. Speeding, I'm less attuned to, but I'm just seeing more and more folks are taking their yield signs.
yeah, I mean, it's no secret that this is a walking, biking community, that our roads need to be shared. And I no longer ask people to raise hands at community meetings of who's experienced some bad traffic drivers out there, because I know everybody has, and we're being responsive to that. And I always tell people, hey, you ask for traffic. If you get the ticket, you can't come back on me. But I think it's the right thing to do, and I feel we need to get those roads safer.
Good. And then on the fire training location, has Stanford indicated that they are looking at pulling out of that location, or just doing contingency planning?
This is contingency planning. So in the building that we're in, they've already moved Department of Public Safety out of there. So the Stanford Sheriffs are in a new building. So we occupy that building right now. They said that there are no current plans to relocate, but right kind of on the wall. How long we're going to be there or what they're going to do. And to be quite honest, the training tower is in terrible shape. Yeah, we've been taping that thing together the best we can to continue. I mean, quite honest, if you took a look at it, it's, and they have no obligation to maintain it. They're not going to put a lot of effort into it. So we've been doing whatever we can to use that, but it's not fully functional anymore. So it's really limited. So we are trying, and they won't build another one.
So we now have a council ad hoc committee with Stanford, and we can add this as not one of the biggest items, but certainly something that we talk it up. Yeah. And then lastly, we had during community services, we had a tier 2 item that put in the parking lot on eucalyptus removal within, I presume, primarily Arastradero Preserve. That's the place that I'm most aware of. But as a couple years ago, when we were talking about this issue, we really have in that area 3 big buckets of eucalyptus trees. A smaller group that are actually in preserve itself. Then there is a fire line in the bad sense, runs the border between I'll call it, it's the northeastern edge of Arastradero Preserve against Pierce Lake. And they just run along the fence line, discussions with Stanford. They are apparently all or mostly just feet within Stanford boundary of the fence. Stanford has said that they were concerned in the past when we had a meeting with their wildland fire prevention program. They were concerned on public blowback over removal of those trees. So it sounds like we've got a PR issue more with our community. I think that's imminently sellable. But even though they may be feet away from our city boundary, literally feet or on the fence, is that something that we can, what leverage do we have to engage with them? And then I have the bigger issue, the massive grove is actually Portola pastures. And until I really started looking at it, I hadn't appreciated it's just an entire hillside of dense eucalyptus. And so related that, what can we do engaging with Stanford on that? And so that we're not, and then on Portola pastures, if we're looking at $400,000 to remove in Arastradero, that's a big expense on a leased property owned by Stanford. And so that's why I bring up in that same Stanford context of do we need to really engage with them, their wildland protection program, to begin the process of initially perhaps separating groups of those so it's not a continuous torch, and then eventually removing them all together.
Right. I'll start in the Chief Black Shark and add on. Yes, Chair Burt. Yeah, we have. There's actually a CSD item here on the.
Sorry, I missed it.
Yep. There's $400,000.
Oh, yeah, that was the one in Arastradero, right?
Arastradero. As far as the university lands, I don't believe the city has proposed a budget for the reasons you just
No, and
stated.
I wouldn't think we would. It's just really a question: do we have either just the ability to engage with them, and one, give them the political support for the removal so that they're not concerned that they can't remove them because they'll get a public blowback for removal of trees that people value for aesthetics and other reasons. And we collaborate with them and really treat our wildland protection program as a joint program between Palo Alto and Stanford.
Thank you for those comments. I don't know if it's a matter of can as much as we should. The risk is there. I think if we can figure out a plausible way or a reliable way to do a risk assessment and just engage in the conversation. And I think it would, I would like to think that all parties involved would be willing to pursue such an effort.
Great. That's all my questions. So,
okay, I'll move this budget and with the following parking lot items. I think we already have the great. In the parking lot, add the fire utility task vehicle. And increase public safety dispatcher staffing. I think those were the 2 tier 2 items that I heard. Yeah.
Second.
Thank you. I don't need to speak to it.
All right, all in favor? Aye. Hey, we got you out 18 minutes early.
I was going to say, this might be a record, guys.
They're used to highly efficient order here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, cool. Congrats to this committee. You guys have gotten through your first day ahead of schedule, and you've moved through every section. So nothing was punted. Nice work. I'm very impressed. You did. So Yeah, if you would like, if you have a few moments, we can have staff share it. I know, Greg's like, I'm packing up.
Yeah, I was like, yeah.
No. All we were gonna do is do what we did at 1 and just show you where you're at.
Yeah, I think that
It'll take,
wrap up.
we'll be really quick, I promise. So Paul, I think, has it ready to go. Of course, as they all depart. Thank you, chiefs. So Paul, I'll put it to you. Paul, if you're talking, you might be you. He did not probably. Oh.
Sorry, can you hear me? Sorry, I Zoom is.
Yep, we got you.
All right, I can't get it to like show up on my screen correctly, so
That's
will
okay.
just speak to you guys. Sorry, I'm not on camera. So again, like Kylie said, this is what we looked at after lunch. We're still sort of in the same area on the left-hand side of the screen with the funds that are unspent out of the priority reserve and the council contingency. On the right-hand side, we have the revenues that were in there before, the parking items that were there from this morning. Neighbors Abroad was also added on there for 20,000. And then the other items are added in there for planning. It includes a couple items that don't really have costs at this point, so just have question marks next to them for the Housing Ad Hoc Committee and TMA passes. And then the last two items for fire and police are added on there. So we scroll all the way down, including the council reserve funding. We're at about 5.1 in terms of a surplus in one-time funds and about 1.4 million ongoing. And then below that, you can see the revenues and expenses in total. Revenues of about 6.3 million one-time, offset by 3.4 million expenses, and then ongoing 1.8 million in revenues, offset by about 2.6 million in expenses. Question?
It's Julie. Thank you so much. That line in bold, potential funds remain deficit surplus, really is now just adding of the two revenue items. It's the 2.25 and the 2.86. So that is not a function that would yield either a deficit or surplus. I think the tag for that is now wrong. I feel like that's the total revenue potentially working with, isn't it? No.
I had this.
What am I saying?
It is
right.
No. You guys are absolutely right. I think the point is, let's say the council or the committee chose to allocate $6 million to the Newell Bridge. I think that'll show up on Paul's. Oops, that should be a negative. Will now be in a deficit spend. Meaning if you that number will vary based on how much you spend.
Okay.
And so that's why that was there. We can absolutely change the titling on it.
So that means take that Newell Bridge hypothetical out, please.
Mm-hmm.
And that suggests that we still have 5 million to play with, which could be right, isn't?
It is, because Paul scrolls to the top. Remember, the committee put at the beginning. The committee put at the beginning.
So then help me understand the expenses at the bottom. What is the very bottom line then? Parenthesis 3 some. So is that saying that the expenses add to 3.386? So when you take all of the revenue and minus all of the expenses, we get the 5?
So I think we need to treat the suggested additional revenues separately from the math you were just going through, because we've just got, these are really what the committee's wrestling with are the expenses. So the revenues, I think, are confusing the math, making it a little harder to track. So we can exactly or differently totaled. I think staff can work on that between next week.
I actually think those are rows 37.
Let's not do this by me right now. We'll get that cleaned up or perhaps reorganize between now and your next meeting.
I have a question on the next meeting. It showed up in my calendar as the hours. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. Good. That's on the 9th, and that's an all day.
Agenda has going till 5 o'clock.
Okay. Good. Thanks. We'll annually put it in. Oh, good.
Yeah, I've got it shows 9 to 5:30 on my calendar, but in any case.
Good. So it's 9 to 5, is that what you said?
Yep.
Okay.
It's scheduled from 9 to 5. As a reminder, there is a policy and services meeting that evening. So staff will be transitioning from one committee to the other. So
What time does that begin?
7.
Perfect. We can go on.
Good for you, not good for us.
If we're clipping along at this pace, we will do just fine on Tuesday. So Tuesday will be primarily capital. We will then also go through municipal fees and charges. There is a supplemental memo for that should have been distributed in your packets. Where might they?
Were not available yesterday.
They are available. We can bring them down.
That'd be great.
So that memo will be in your packet, specifically over muni fees. And then the afternoon will be spent on operating budgets again, but on infrastructure and the environment, so utilities and public works, and then all of your administrative folks.
Save the best for last.
And we have operations on utilities, public works. Got it.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. All right, we're all good?
Thank you, Chair.
Yep, we're adjourned. Thanks.